1. The Day the Dragon Slept 1. Chapter 1. The Day the Dragon Slept 1. December 31, 2138. The day my world ended. Sounds like something out of a teenage melodrama, doesn't it? But I say this both rhetorically and literally. If I were to explain it all in detail, it'd take a while, but time is the one thing I have plenty of now. So allow me to fill this space with my story. Once upon a time, humanity dreamed of a radiant future. But in reality, we devastated this blue planet. No, we utterly ruined it. From space, Earth might still shine with a blue hue, but on the inside, it's a dying world, choked by ash-gray smog, polluted skies, and the shattered remnants of nature. I don't believe humanity meant to end up this way. Everyone was simply chasing their own interests, and in the end, it all came to a head. I'm just a regular guy, what would I know about what those lofty elites were thinking? But whatever their intentions were, their conflicts are what led the world into this mess. Everything ended around the year 2100, when the Third World War broke out. That was the final nail in the coffin. With neo-Nazis running rampant, global terrorist networks striking everywhere, the collapse of national governments, and the rise of mega-corporations that replaced state powers, the world spiraled into chaos. For the average person, seeing a clear sky became something you could only dream about. Countless liberal arts subjects disappeared from universities. And in this crumbling world, the only thing left was dreaming. But there was still a place where people could dream. The world's first MMORPG dive massively multiplayer online role-playing game, Yggdrasil. This VR game burst onto the scene with an ambitious tagline, "In a dying world, we will show you a new one." And it truly became a beacon of hope and dreams for countless people around the world. Due to laws governing cyberbrain interface technology, taste and smell could no longer be simulated in virtual reality, so fully immersing oneself in that world forever wasn't possible. Still, for people living in a time when vacations and travel were out of the question, just being able to see nature or another world with their own eyes was more than enough. But this was also a time when the concept of nationhood had collapsed, and many people couldn't even receive a basic education. In a society where the vast majority were treated as cogs in a machine, or worse, disposable trash, I was one of the lucky few. Yes, I was lucky. 10 years ago, my family wasn't quite at the bottom of society. Thanks to that, I was able to finish higher education and carry a small glimmer of hope for the future. But that hope proved fleeting. I was in an accident on my way home from my very first job interview. A car crash. I was lucky to survive, but I fell into a coma for a month. My spine was severely damaged, leaving my lower body paralyzed, and several of my organs had to be replaced with artificial ones. When I finally woke up, my first instinct was to find the person responsible. But it was already over. The driver was the son of a major corporate executive. And really, how many people in this world still owned personal vehicles, let alone drove recklessly without worrying about fuel costs? In any case, a settlement had already been reached. In exchange for covering up the son's crime, my parents received generous compensation. My father got a new job, and my younger sibling was promised employment upon graduation. I couldn't accept it, but I had no choice. If we'd been truly lower class, we might have only gotten a token settlement. It was only because we had a few connections that we got even that much. My father's resigned words brought me to tears. After that, I tried to convince myself it wasn't so bad. At least now, I had enough money to live on for the rest of my life. All that was left to do was enjoy myself. So it was only natural that I would end up getting completely absorbed in the VR game Yggdrasil, which was at the height of its popularity at the time. Though it didn't feel exactly like real life, it was a world where I could move freely, and right then, a brand new race and class had just been released. New race release. The ultimate race, Dragon. Experience the power of a legendary species and their mighty kin. Live the legend in Yggdrasil. I had to play it. It felt like the world itself was telling me to dive in. The ultimate race, Dragon. A massive body, overwhelming strength and magic power that dwarfed other races, and exclusive dragon-type classes with abilities far beyond the norm. Plus, new race-specific quests came bundled with the patch. There was no way I could pass that up. Sure, it was clearly designed to attract new players, but I didn't know that at the time. And it turned out to be really hard. I also learned a harsh truth. Game advertisements never tell the full story. The Dragon, a race with the highest potential. Of course, it was the strongest race, at least in terms of raw physical stats. Compared to humans, demihumans, and heteromorphic races at the same level, dragons boasted several times more HP, MP, and overall stats. Their exclusive class skills were incredibly powerful, too. Just based on that, calling them the strongest race didn't feel like an exaggeration, if not for one fatal flaw. Equipment restrictions. Dragons had immense HP and MP, sure, but their physical size matched that scale. Just like the dragons depicted in legends and fantasy media, they were massive, and Yggdrasil faithfully recreated that. Most human-type characters were at most 2 meters tall. The hidden race giant, unlockable via special quests and items, was about 4 to 5 meters. Even among demihumans and heteromorphs, 10 meters was considered the upper limit. But dragons. A newly created dragon started at 10 meters tall, and ancient dragons could exceed 20 meters in length. They were truly a colossal race. And this massive body. It was the dragon's greatest weakness. Their sheer size made it impossible to enter narrow dungeons. During hunts, they attracted so much aggro that they ended up getting hit by everything. On top of that, their anatomy was so different from humanoid races that most equipment simply didn't work on them. Swords, spears, sabers, bows, nearly all weapon items were designed for humanoid characters or at least those with graspable limbs. Magic tools like staffs, staves, rings, and circlets were also built with humanoids in mind. And like most RPGs, Yggdrasil was a game where gear could make or break you, amplifying your power by several times, or even dozens of times. So imagine how devastating it was for dragons to be unable to properly equip items. The penalties were brutal. Thankfully, the developers were aware of this limitation. Later updates introduced special quests and job-level unlocks that allowed dragon players to revert to a humanoid-dragon hybrid form, scaling their stats down to human levels. But there was a catch. The true strength of demihuman and heteromorph races came from stacked race levels, which gave them superior physical potential. Lowering a dragon's stats to human levels effectively nullified those race levels, leaving you with only job levels. Who in their right mind would choose to nerf themselves just to make the race playable? Unsurprisingly, dragons were soon branded with the sarcastic label, the strongest race, lol. Most players deleted their dragon characters shortly after trying them out. Eventually, a new playable race, Dragonkin, was released separately. Unlike full dragons, these hybrids could use gear and explore normally. Naturally, people began switching over. And before long, actual dragon players became extinct. Except for one. Me. Once I made my choice, some stubborn pride kicked in. I was determined to see this doomed race through to the bitter end. Fortunately, I had money, and in Yggdrasil, money could overcome racial limits. I had received more compensation than I could ever spend in my lifetime, especially since my real body couldn't even move. So I poured funds into customizing equipment that would fit a dragon. I used EXP boosting items like water. And over time, I met like-minded weirdo friends who were just as eccentric as me. Eventually, I became the last remaining dragon player, a title that earned me quite a bit of fame. That's when I was invited to join one of the game's most elite factions. The 12 Guardians, the strongest guild of the demihuman race. In Yggdrasil, there were 3 major race types: human, demihuman, and heteromorphic. And the 12 Guardians was the top-tier guild made by demihumans, for demihumans. A coalition formed by 12 powerful guilds, Yggdrasil's first and largest alliance. Getting invited into that guild marked a turning point for me. What started as just a game became something more. More fun than the real world. More real than reality. I started wishing that those joyful days in Yggdrasil would never end. Creation is hard, cheer me up. Vote for me. Like it. Add to library. Vanity01 Creators Thoughts. 0 comments 0 vote. 2. The Day the Dragon Slept 2. Chapter 2. The Day the Dragon Slept 2. Those were truly joyful days. After joining Dragon Lair, the dragon-themed guild within the 12 Guardians Alliance, I suddenly found myself surrounded by a flood of new friends. I even got some playful praise for stubbornly sticking with the so-called failed race of dragons, managing to turn it into a symbol of romance and coolness. Becoming the guild's mascot of sorts met the hidden conditions for unlocking the special class Dragon Lord, and I was even used as a sort of celebrity mascot for the guild. Life was good. It was the golden age of Yggdrasil. A time when cash items hadn't yet flooded the game, when there weren't many competing VR titles, and when the world was still overflowing with things to explore, conquer, and adventure through. A time when the 12 beast kings of the 12 guardians were still considered legendary. A time when gods and demons, skeletons and warriors, dragons and angels, all danced together in a living, breathing fantasy. Every single day was filled with excitement, raiding powerful enemies, tearing through entire dungeons, waging massive wars between top guilds. Pure, unfiltered fun. I remember flying my guildmates to a dungeon high above the clouds, where teleportation and flight magic didn't work. I remember the thrill of carving a straight line through enemy ranks with my dragon breath during massive wars, thousands versus thousands, between the top-tier guilds. One unforgettable memory. I joined the World Festival's no-item battle alone, as a dragon. People screamed. That's broken. Why is there still a dragon player? Are we seriously supposed to fight that with no gear? The battle quickly turned into an impromptu no-item raid, and I got to feel like a world boss facing a swarm of players in their underwear with only their bare fists. There was that time I wrestled King Simba, the Tiger King, in his Beastman form, sparking a massive gambling event. There was that ridiculous raffle where the prize was a Dragon World Tour travel package. I remember sneaking into worlds outside the 9 realms, built solely for event purposes, and throwing a grand festival. I remember invading Niflheim with the goal of taking down Kuyoyo Sakaigu, the world eater and final boss of the game, and getting wiped out. So many memories, truly, so many things happened. But, like autumn leaves falling one by one, those joyful days slowly came to an end. The once bustling game grew quiet. Players disappeared, one after another, until everything fell silent. Yggdrasil may have been the first virtual reality game, but it wasn't the only one. As newer games with more advanced VR engines were released, Yggdrasil gradually faded into obsolescence. Players left, and few ever came back. Even the 12 Guardians, once the top-tier alliance in Jotunheim, with thousands of members, over the 10 years, their numbers dwindled into double digits. And that was 6 months ago. Now, only one remains. Me. There's no one left. The voice echoed powerfully from my giant jaws, reverberating through the empty temple. A colossal sanctuary, larger than most real-world buildings. Once affectionately called the Grand Composite Temple, it housed the 12 guardian statues representing the 12 zodiac guilds. This place had been the residence of the 12 guild masters, their vice leaders, and their dedicated support NPCs. It also stored each guild's treasury, and served as the venue for major in-game events or alliance meetings. Now, it's empty. The NPCs are still here. The guild vaults are still here, but most are nearly barren. When the players left, they either sold or discarded everything they owned. Even in decline, Yggdrasil's items still had value at the time. As they quit, many guildmates cashed out their gear and currency. The guild master. He sold off the entire guild vault in one go, saying it would fund their final in-person meetup. I couldn't attend, not with this paralyzed body, but I watched the video they sent me. Their final party looked like a blast. Some left their gear to me. Others passed it down to their support NPCs, saying cool lines like, "Though I'm leaving, my spirit remains in the guild." We all laughed at the cheesiness, but that was the point, we laughed together. And then they left, never to return. What a joke, all of it. The lined-up NPCs, of course, said nothing. They still wear the gear of their masters, but they're not players. Suddenly overwhelmed with emotion, I swung my massive tail in anger, then regretted it immediately. The 12 support NPCs, all at max level, LV 100, were sent flying like bowling pins. They slammed into the temple walls, only to slowly return to their original positions, as programmed. Watching them return, I couldn't bring myself to lash out again. Instead, I simply hung my massive head low in silence. The Guild Alliance, the 12 Guardians. In Yggdrasil, many guilds had formed temporary alliances to increase their strength, but never before, or after, had 12 guilds united to form such a massive coalition. There had been an incident where 8 guilds teamed up to subjugate Ains ul Gaun, the notorious evil-aligned heteromorphic guild based in Helheim. But after their failed attempt, that alliance quickly collapsed. The 12 Guardians, however, remained united for nearly 10 years. And each of those 12 guilds wasn't small. Even the smallest, Diny Guild, Rat, had around 150 members. At its peak, the combined guild members across all 12 easily exceeded 3,000. The number of NPCs supporting those guild members was roughly the same. There was a time when the 12 Guardians held the center of Jotunheim, ruling an entire world. They were even referred to as the 12 Kingdoms at one point. They governed worlds and dungeons, made their own laws, and ruled over both users and NPCs. During Yggdrasil's golden age, the 12 Guardians were effectively their own nation. Eventually, they negotiated with the GMs and were officially recognized as the first player-established nation in the game. A new, guild nation, system was implemented, and copycat guild nations sprang up like weeds afterward. But now, even that has come to an end. The NPCs still remain, but the players who once commanded and led them, they're gone. I am the last one. The only guild member left. The last guildmaster. What could one person possibly do? Last month, the total number of active players across all servers fell to just 3 digits. And on that day, the number of members remaining in my guild was 1. The last guildmate I saw was about a month ago, Bunny Girl, the king of the Rabbit Guild. She was one of the last remaining 12 kings. At first, I thought she came by to chat for old time's sake. But it turned out she was there to loot what was left in her personal guild vault and sell it off. I felt disappointed. Why bother selling off worthless items from a dying game? Maybe just to cover the cost of a drink or two. When she saw I was still here, she looked surprised, then said nothing and left. Since then, a few more people have shown up. But none of it was heartwarming. One guy tried to grief the place, saying, if it's all ending anyway, I'll destroy it myself. Another tried to sneak into the Grand Temple saying, I just want to take some screenshots. Over time, I became the only one left to deal with the occasional visitor, or intruder. But now, even those people have stopped coming. I'm left in solitude, drowning in loneliness, unable to leave. For me, Yggdrasil wasn't just a game over the past 10 years. It was my life. When I was left half paralyzed and incapable of doing anything in the real world, this game gave me a second chance. Every day, I would wake up, log into Yggdrasil, and spend my time wandering aimlessly through the temple, or flying over the sky above the capital of our massive guild nation. But there was nothing left. The NPCs remained motionless in their places. They still listened to my commands, but in the end, they were just NPCs. Eventually, I stopped even leaving the temple. Having someone, anyone, left to talk to in chat was the only comfort I had. There were still a few hardcore players hanging on to Yggdrasil, people who couldn't let go. People like me, who had lived their lives here. And so, we would spend each day exchanging idle chat messages. Ikaru-sama, it's dead quiet again today. Not a soul in sight. Same here, Momonga-sama. Even though I'm floating in the sky, it feels so lonely. I think there are maybe 7 people left besides me, but they're all off doing their own thing. Feels like I'm being excluded, you know. Can I report this for harassment or something? Sky. I'm underground. Everyone's so mean. They could have at least left their characters behind. But no, they logged in, deleted them right in front of me, and left. Isn't that just cruel? My guildmates are all gone, too. The only ones left are thousands of NPCs. Just me and them now. A guildmaster from another guild came by recently. I thought he wanted to talk, but he just cleaned out the guild vault and ran off. Honestly, you should just become king of Yggdrasil. Yeah, that's how it was. But even they are gone now. At some point, they stopped replying altogether. Sometimes I'd see them log in on the activity list, but they didn't answer my chats anymore. I wondered why, but deep down, I already knew. No one wants to admit they're the only one left. But even so, we couldn't let go. So here I am, logging in every single day, reliving bittersweet memories of happier times. It's unbearably sad. But now, even that's about to end. Yggdrasil is shutting down. As the player count dwindled, the developers flooded the game with cash items to stay afloat. But eventually, they couldn't support the dwindling player base any longer. They made the announcement. The servers will be shut down. It just so happened to be the end of the year, so the developers tossed out a hastily made, absurdly overpriced cash shop item as a year-end event, and then, just like that, announced the end. At this point, I didn't even have the energy to complain. 10 years of joy, one day after another. But now, I was tired. All I could do was sit on the lonely throne of this deserted temple, my gaze drowsily drifting across the puppet-like NPCs, and quietly await the end. Not much time left now. Maybe an hour. I glanced at the digital clock, which now pointed to 11 o'clock, then slumped down, my massive body leaning against the floor. 12 NPCs stood before me, each one representing one of the zodiac signs, from rat to pig. Beastfolk characters, uniquely customized by each guildmaster to their liking, now stood in silence. They had been launched into the air earlier when I lashed out, but now they stood quietly again, unflinching, as if nothing had happened. What would happen to them when the game ended? These beings, cherished by their creators for over a decade, would they simply vanish, reduced to mere lines of data? Just rigid programs with no soul, or so I thought. But curiosity got the better of me. I opened each of their profile windows. One by one, 12 long configuration logs unfurled in front of me like endless scrolls. Some were short enough to skim, but others were incredibly elaborate, so long I had to scroll for minutes. It made sense, these were masterpieces, crafted with great care by their guildmasters, each designed to support a major guild. So much effort must have gone into them. I scanned through the texts like I was reading a novel, then added one final line before closing each one. After all, the only guildmaster left was me. The only guild member, the last one standing. They are all mine. That was the line I added. All of this belongs to me. Like a dragon in myth, like a creature from fiction, obsessed with hoarding, greedy to the end, I made that selfish declaration. And with a faint, self-mocking laugh at my own cringeworthy dramatic flair, I lay down on the floor. At Ancient Dragon Level 5, my body was massive, tens of meters long. I curled my tail around myself and rested in the center of the Grand Temple's plaza. Only 30 minutes left, I thought, and slowly closed my eyes, feeling sleep creeping in. I wondered, what will I do after this game ends? The compensation money in the bank was still untouched. A few years ago, I had stumbled into a successful investment in cryptocurrency with some old guildmates, giving me even more financial security. With minimal spending, even just living off dividends from the corporate bank investments would be enough. Maybe I could start a new game. I didn't know if there would ever be a Yggdrasil 2, but I heard a similar fantasy-themed VR game called Fantasy and World was doing quite well. If this ends, maybe I'll try playing as a dragon again. Ah, that's right. I still had that. Well, it's not like anyone would care if I used it now, at the very end. With my eyes closed, I imagined myself as the strongest dragon, the glorious days of the past, those joyful years. A faint shimmer of light. A ticklish sensation across my skin. But nothing significant. Back in the day, using things like this would cause a GM to appear and scold you, but would they even show up now? I chuckled quietly at the thought. If the others knew I had just casually used something we all once considered a sacred treasure of the guild, I wonder what kind of faces they'd make. Now, there were fewer than 5 minutes left until the servers shut down. But for some reason, I was sleepy. So sleepy, I doubted I'd stay awake until the very end. But maybe that wouldn't be so bad, falling asleep and meeting the end of the world in my dreams. And when I wake up, I'll start something new, with a fresh heart. 60 seconds, maybe. Maybe I'll hold out just a bit longer. 50 seconds, just enough time to close my eyes right at the final second. 40 seconds, goodbye, everyone. I guess this is the last moment I'll spend with you. 30 seconds, should I have done something more? I feel a strange sense of regret, despite not thinking of anything specific. 20 seconds, I don't know why, but I feel sad. Like I might cry. 10 seconds, but I'm just so tired. I really want to sleep. 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yes, this is the end. Let me sleep. A deep, long sleep, long enough to forget the past 10 years. I closed my eyes. And then, I felt nothing. I was pulled into a deep slumber. Thud. The great dragon closed his eyes. The sole ruler of the kingdom, the one who had once declared everything his own, had fallen asleep. A single tear rolled from his eye, soaking into the pristine white marble beneath him. In front of him, 12 retainers who had stood motionless for so long, slowly opened their eyes. Rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, pig. 12 beast folk, each representing a sign of the zodiac, quietly threw themselves down before their slumbering master, offering the highest gesture of respect. For years, decades, they had watched him. He had raged at them, grieved before them, even blamed them. But through it all, he stayed. He ruled. He protected. To them, he was a great master. Now that master had closed his eyes, weary from it all. And now, it was their duty not to disturb his sleep, but to watch over it. Silently, the 12 finished their bows and turned toward the outside world. Their master had grown weary from the ages and fallen into slumber. So now, they must prepare, for the day their master awakens once more. With thoughts of the glorious day yet to come, the 12 beast folk stepped out of the temple without a sound, careful not to disturb the dragon's dream. Thus began the quiet stirrings of a small yet vast kingdom, hidden in a corner of another world, waiting, silently, in the shadows. Name. Title. The World Dragon That Must Not Be Awakened. Positions. Head of the Dragon Branch of the 12 Guardians of Jotunheim, Guild Master of the 12 Guardians, King of the 12 Guardians, Kingdom. Residence. Temple of the 12 Gods, Jotunheim, Dragon's Shrine. Alignment. Evil Karma Value, 100. Height. Level. Total LV. 100 plus. Race levels. Dragoling 10. Young Dragon 10. Adult Dragon 10. Elder Dragon 5. Ancient Dragon 5. Others, total 50 plus. Class levels. Draconic Mage 10. Dragon Knight 10. Dragon Priest 10. Dragon Lord, Hidden Class 5. Unlocked upon meeting conditions. 3 plus dragon-related classes, 40 plus racial levels, a certain number of dragons and related kin under command, plus other hidden criteria. Others, total 50 plus. Profile. The former guild master, and now current clan leader, of 12 guardians, the largest and most powerful Demahuman guild in Yggdrasil. Question mark. Is the last remaining dragon player in existence. Originally recruited as the guild's mascot, he gradually rose through the ranks as more players quit, eventually becoming guild master, and finally, the de facto monarch of the guild nation. He continues to stand as the last remnant of his fallen kingdom, occasionally fending off raiders and griefers. Guild name, 12 Guardians. Guild level, total 3000, max world value plus. Nation bonus. Description. An alliance guild supposedly formed by gathering 12 Demahuman races in Jotunheim, though in reality, only the guild leaders were customized to match each zodiac race. The members themselves were mixed in species, though generally aligned with the philosophy of their respective clan. While formed from 12 guilds, they were officially recognized by the developers as a guild nation occupying shared territory. Each guild maintained its own base, spread across 3 dungeon zones, 7 open-world fields, and 2 special zones. After recognition as a formal nation, additional buildings and NPCs were added, making it functionally a city. As Yggdrasil declined, the guild nation collapsed and was restructured, through GM intervention, into a single unified guild, the 12 Guardians. In the process, many of the standard combat NPCs were removed, leaving only the custom-made and recently added national NPCs. Most removed NPCs were converted into neutral noncombatants. Estimated to possess 5 world-class items, consolidated from the original 12 guilds post-merger. Creation is hard, cheer me up. Vote for me. Like it. Add to library. Vanity01 Creators Thoughts. 1 Comments 0 Vote. 3 Dragon's Dream 1. Chapter 3. Dragon's Dream 1. There are countless legends and hidden realms passed down in this world. Stories of a queen who rules a castle made of crystal, protected by 12 knights. Tales of a dragon rider who traveled the world on the backs of 3 great dragons. Of ogres who spoke human language and lived quietly among civilization. Of a goblin king who felled dragons with a branch and married a human princess. And a hero who, with the wings of a bird and legs of a dog, ran endlessly through the skies. The list is endless. Yet among these myths, there is one legend that bears a trace of reality, the story of the Phantom City. I first heard this tale during a conversation with the great adventurer Peruz. Peruz was no ordinary adventurer. He wandered through the most perilous lands, places even the bravest wouldn't dare enter, and left behind countless stories and records. He was a true hero. That is why I, the author, believe this story carries weight. While gathering accounts of his adventures, I happened upon a rare opportunity to speak with him directly. When I asked him, "What was your most dangerous experience?" he listed 3. Third, the time I was chased through the Beastman Kingdom by furious beast folk with boiling blood. Second, being poisoned in the great forest of Tob and pursued by a crown bear through toxic terrain. And first, when I got lost in the Azerlija Mountains, ran from a Quaggoa's pack, and discovered a strange, but fantastical, city. According to what I know, the northern Azerlija Mountains are home to powerful frost dragons, locked in constant struggle with the fearsome frost giants. In the lower regions live dwarven cities, while the Quaggoas, beast-like Demahumans, dwell in burrows deep inside the range. But as far as I'm aware, no nation or city has ever existed there. When I asked about this anomaly, Peruz gave me a wrinkled smile and said, it was a strange city. I never knew so many types of beast folk even existed. Beast folk. Yes, beast folk, but not like the ones we know. Sure, some had the heads of wild beasts, but others had much stranger features. Some looked like birds, others like livestock, and even more bore appearances I can't quite describe. The strangest part was that humans lived among them. Humans. With beast folk. He nodded slowly, his eyes growing distant, dreamlike, as he continued. That's right. Humans. I'd been running for days, chased by wyverns on the mountain ridge, then ambushed by quaggoas in a cave. I was exhausted, and when I saw them, I spoke up. I figured if I was going to die anyway, I'd rather fall to a fellow human than be eaten alive. But they didn't kill me. Instead, they led me into their fortress. What struck me first was their wall. It wasn't made of stone, but of a smooth, shining ore, as if carved from a single gem. And inside, the streets were clean and orderly, the buildings tall and well-kept, glowing with crystal lamps. Beast folk and humans walked side by side, chatting, laughing, even throwing arms around each other as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I was so stunned, I fell to my knees. It felt like something out of a fairy tale. Such a city really exists. Don't ask me. These days, I'm not even sure myself. Peruz let out a sigh, then continued. I stayed there a short while. Everyone was friendly. They asked me many questions, and I answered them gladly. Their city was rich, bright beyond belief for something said to be underground. At first, I didn't know why, but later I noticed, the streets were lined with high-grade crystal lights, more common than torches. And at set times, the sky above would glow as if sunlight were pouring in. My room was beyond comfortable, and the food I was served was so good I thought I'd died and gone to heaven. And their baths, ha. I've traveled the world, dined with kings and nobles, but I've never been treated with such hospitality. And then, someone came to visit me. Visited you. Yes, and I think this will surprise you. He sighed deeply, then looked at me and asked. By any chance, do you know Bahern? Bahern. As in Bahern the Fierce, one of the 13 heroes from the evil deity's war. That's the one. He was there. What? Just as Peruz had said, I was utterly stunned. It had only been 20 years since the 13 heroes defeated the evil deities and brought peace to the world. These legendary figures were elevated by the people, granted noble titles, made lords, and given lands. But not long after their separation, most of them had disappeared from the public eye, choosing solitude or fading into obscurity. I myself had once tried to seek them out, but I never even got close. And now Peruz was telling me Bahern the Fierce, the mighty warrior who swung a great sword like a twig and always led the charge, was there. Lord Bahern. Wasn't he supposed to be in the empire? I heard he refused power, never started a family, and lived quietly in seclusion. No. He was definitely there. I saw him once after the evil deity's war, and back then he seemed melancholic, mourning the days he spent with his comrades. But the man I saw in that city looked truly happy, he seemed 10 years younger. That can't be. If the empire knew about this, they would move heaven and earth to reclaim their hero. I was afraid, but for the sake of truth, I wrote everything down. He said to me, Peruz. Has it been 20 years already? And then, you're the first to find this place on your own. Truly worthy of the title greatest adventurer in the world. He laughed heartily. I asked him what you're probably thinking now, why are you here, when you should be in the empire? And he answered, I'm exactly where I want to be. With a booming laugh. But the real surprise came after that. As we talked, others arrived, and each of them was just as shocking. Every single one was a hero I'd once heard had vanished before I even began my adventuring days. I won't name names, but if word got out that all those heroes were alive and well, laughing and enjoying life together, the entire continent would erupt in chaos. What? You mean those people, those heroes are really? I tried to ask for their names, but Peruz raised his hand to stop me. His hand, though wrinkled from age, belonged to a man who had once been the greatest adventurer in the world. His sharp blue eyes carried a weight that silenced me. I understood, he couldn't say. In this age where heroes are slowly disappearing, even their names carry immense power. The thought that they were all gathered together sent chills down my spine. Well, in any case, they seemed happy. And then they said to me, Peruz. You actually made it here. Impressive. You meet the conditions. I asked, conditions? What do you mean? And they told me, you're eligible to live here. Consider yourself lucky. Less than 10 people a generation manage to reach this place. They congratulated me, but I didn't understand what they meant. Asterisk. I thought they were teasing me, so I replied, why would I live here? I still have adventures to finish. They looked surprised, but nodded and left. After that, I never saw them again. Peruz let out a deep sigh. There was emotion in that breath, something like regret, I thought. After recovering my strength, I left the city. A few people came by and asked if I intended to leave. I said yes, and they led me to the same gate I had entered through. The massive door opened, and I walked out of the city. Strangely, although I had wandered underground for days before finding it, after just a few steps, everything around me brightened. Before I knew it, I was standing on the grasslands at the base of the mountains. Was it magic? I don't know. I'm no magician. But if it was magic, then it's on a level no modern sorcerer could reach. A few years later, I went back to search for the city again. I scoured every cave in the Azerlija mountains. But I never found it. At that point, Peruz leaned back in his armchair, clearly exhausted. I wanted to find that city again, to meet those beast folk and humans once more. To sit with them and talk, about everything and anything. But I've grown old. My legs can no longer carry me on adventures. So instead, I searched through every old record I could find, myths, legends, folklore. And I found this. Peruz lifted his head and picked up an old book from the side table. He flipped through its worn pages, then pointed to a passage and handed it to me. At the end of the mountains, in the unreachable darkness below, there, they were waiting. By chance, my companions and I witnessed the phantom city at the end of the White Mountains. But we shall never again attempt to find them. They came in countless forms, beings both fearsome and yet not to be feared. Their city glowed with light and abundance, yet desired nothing beyond itself. But do not seek them out. Do not provoke them. Do not touch them. Do not involve yourself with them. And above all else, never dishonor their slumbering sovereign. Not even in a dream. Not even in jest. If you do, you will spend the rest of your life slowly dying, unseen by eyes that never close. All fled. I alone escaped. And now, while no one is watching, I leave behind these words. These few lines, almost poetic in structure, were saturated with menace and dread. After I finished reading, I returned the document to Peruz, who smiled and said, this is an excerpt from an old manuscript I discovered about 10 years ago. It wasn't that old when I found it. But contrary to the ominous tone of this warning, the ones I met were remarkably polite, noble even. They followed their own strict codes and maintained order among themselves. That's why, at the time, I didn't connect this writing to them. But after recalling my conversations with them, I realized this must have been referring to them. What part gave it away? Peruz pointed to one line. The slumbering sovereign. They told me their king was in a long sleep. I didn't think much of it then, but looking back, I realized that detail may have been central to everything. Had I, like the companions of the man who wrote this, unknowingly disrespected that king, I might not have returned. From the writer's note that everyone else disappeared, it seems they were not forgiven. But since this one person survived, perhaps only the offender was punished. Then, do you think there are still people alive in that place? Who knows? Only they would. But considering how well the heroes were doing there, I wouldn't be surprised. If I were given another chance, I too would wish to return to that city. And perhaps you've heard, lately, many of the still active heroes have started disappearing, one by one. I wonder, could they be headed there as well? Peruz let out a quiet laugh. I'm too old now to keep adventuring, but before my time is up, I'd like to try one more time, to seek out that mountain range. If luck guides me again, and if they allow it, I'd like to spend the rest of my days in that phantom city. It sounds silly to say, but maybe, even this old man is being called a hero now. With those words, Peruz ended our conversation with a smile. When I returned some time later to visit him again, he was no longer at his estate. His children said he had left for the mountains, to find them one last time. Did the great adventurer Peruz ever find what he was searching for? Years have passed, and he has never returned. Now, as I pen the final lines of this book, I find myself thinking of that city again, a city of wonder, hidden somewhere deep within the mountain range. A phantom city, that may still exist, unseen by all but a chosen few. 4. Dragon's Dream 2. Chapter 4. Dragon's Dream 2. Evely closed the book she had been reading. A soft cloud of dust scattered from the aged paper as the worn cover shut with a whisper. Titled The Great Adventurers, this rare volume had first been published 170 years ago. Released during the chaotic aftermath of the evil deities' war, only about 500 copies were ever printed. The book captured the physiology, adventures, and environmental records of adventurers from that time, making it an invaluable window into history. With the recent rediscovery of a few well-preserved copies, a reprint had sparked a surge of renewed interest. The original first editions, however, were highly sought-after collector's items. Fewer than 10 are believed to still exist today, and they are rarely seen in public. That Evely, a member of the Adamantite-class adventurer Team Blue Roses, possessed one of those first editions wasn't particularly surprising. Especially when considering who she really was. Evely was a 250-year-old vampire, a member of a long-lived non-human race. She typically concealed her identity beneath a mask enchanted with voice alteration, set with a crimson gem. Beneath that mask was the youthful face of a beautiful girl, scarlet eyes and golden hair that shimmered like braided gold dust. Her appearance had not changed in over 2 centuries. She had lived quietly, hiding both her name and her face from the world. The book, however, had not endured the ages as she had. Though it had withstood time admirably, it had not escaped unscathed like its owner. Yet Evely had not acquired the book recently, like some antique collector obsessed with relics of the past. She had obtained it when it was first published, and had carefully preserved it ever since. While the cover showed signs of wear, it remained in better condition than any of the other surviving first editions known today. To her, this book was one of her most treasured possessions. After a life of destruction, having once helped destroy a kingdom, and fighting alongside the 13 heroes through the evil deities' war, she wandered the world in despair and isolation. During that time, she had come upon this book. It became her companion through centuries of adventuring. There were times its knowledge had saved her life. Other times, it had simply kept her company. And now, with nearly all of her once beloved companions gone, this book had become something akin to family. Among all its chapters, one passage always stirred her curiosity more than any other. Peruz, a legendary adventurer from 200 years ago. The danger level of his journeys rivaled that of an Adamantite-ranked adventurer. And since he traveled alone, some considered him beyond even that, perhaps a hero, or even a heretic of adventure. Given the chaotic state of the world at the time, with demons running rampant, the scale of his achievements was even more impressive. And according to Evely, who had actually met him, he truly was a real adventurer. Unlike modern adventurers, most of whom were glorified ERR and runners bound to guilds, Peruz had been the genuine article. A lone explorer. A pioneer. An anomaly. He was the kind of man who discovered the undiscovered. It's said that at least 20% of all known species listed in modern bestiaries were first documented by him. His autobiography was considered the Bible of adventurers. In many ways, he was revered, almost worshipped. And even among all his legendary journeys, that one story stood out to her as the most mysterious. A city beyond the mountain range. A kingdom where countless beast folk and humans lived side by side in harmony and abundance. A dazzling paradise. Even knowing that the tale was over 2 centuries old, she couldn't dismiss it as mere fantasy. Other documents from earlier adventurers hinted at the same place, suggesting it was real, not myth. Every time she read it, her adventurer's spirit stirred. She had thought she had seen everything there was to see in her 250 years of life. She had once brought down a nation. She had fought demons at the side of the 13 heroes. And yet this mysterious city, where beast folk and humans lived in peace, captivated her. She had visited the Azerlija mountains once before. She had encountered dwarves. She had seen the Quagoas. But she had never found even a trace of that city. Still, she remembered something else. Her companions. One by one, they had begun to disappear. Her comrades, those who had triumphed in the evil deities' war and even slain the god dragon, were hailed by the world as the 13 heroes. But in truth, there had been more than just 13 of them. After the war ended, the companions who had once achieved greatness together gradually scattered, each returning to their own lives in a newly peaceful world. Once feared as landfall, the one who had brought down an entire nation, Evely had fought alongside the heroes as one of their comrades. Parting from them had been painful. And as time passed, watching them succumb one by one to the limits of their lifespan had been even harder. Even after they separated, she had kept in touch with a few of them. She had once offered them the idea of extending their lives by becoming non-human like herself, but they refused. They accepted their mortal fate and lived their lives to the end. But to think that some of those heroes hadn't died. To learn that they were alive, not only alive, but thriving, gathered together somewhere in the world, living happily in secret. When Evely first read that passage, her hands had trembled with jealousy and rage. They had invited each other to some mysterious paradise, without her. Laughing, enjoying themselves, without her. Unforgivable. Furious, she stormed into the mountain range, tearing through its underground tunnels in a rampage, but still, she could not find the phantom city that Peruz had described. Even with her 250 years of experience, far beyond the realm of mortals, deeper into the domain of legends, she had searched the base of those mountains as thoroughly as one could, yet found nothing. Eventually, she gave up out of exhaustion. But she had not given up in spirit. Did the city truly exist? Was it an illusion? Or had it long since been buried under the weight of time, leaving only ruins behind? If she ever returned to that mountain range again, she would do so fully prepared, to search the roots of the mountains, from end to end, without leaving a single stone unturned. But, not yet. Not now. She had new companions now. The members of Blue Roses, Lachias, Gagaron, Tia, and Tina. As long as she was with them, she had decided to remain in this country. But one day, after they too had gone their separate ways. Yes. Just like she had once journeyed with the 13 heroes 2 centuries ago, she would travel the world again, with the Phantom City as her destination. Smiling faintly at the thought, Evely placed the worn book carefully back in its protective case. Evely. Are you still up there? You can't keep them waiting. I'll be right down. Go ahead without me. Hurry up, okay. Just then, Lachias's voice rang out, and Evely rose from her seat. Today, they were meeting with Dragon's Dream, one of only 3 Adamantite-ranked adventurer parties in all of the Re-Estais kingdom. She couldn't afford to show up unprepared. Descending from her place, Evely picked up the mask she had tossed onto the desk earlier, slipped it onto her face, and headed down the stairs to rejoin her companions in Blue Roses, who were waiting for her below. Creation is hard, cheer me up. Vote for me. Like it. Add to library. Vanity 01 Creators Thoughts. 1 comments 0 vote. 5 Dragon's Dream 3. Chapter 5. Dragon's Dream 3. Evely quickly got dressed, checked to make sure her mask wasn't crooked, pulled her hood snugly over it, and muttered, "Ah, ah," to confirm that the voice-altering magic was functioning properly. As Lachias had warned, she was indeed the last to arrive. Blaming herself for the delay, she hastened her steps. Kept you waiting. Honestly. If we're late, I'm putting all the blame on you, Evely. She pushed open the inn's front door and hopped onto the carriage waiting just outside. The first thing she saw were bright, healthy green eyes and soft pink lips. But most eye-catching of all was the cascade of golden hair coiled neatly and draped over both shoulders. Lachias Alvain Dale Indra, leader of the Adamantite-ranked adventurer party Blue Roses, heir to a magic sword, and one of the few people in the party Evely felt close to, second only to Gagaron. Once a noble lady, she had been inspired by her uncle's tales of adventure and thrown herself into the path of an adventurer. Years later, she had risen to become one of the realm's top-tier adventurers. What were you doing? Everyone's been waiting. You're late. Very late. Her reprimand was echoed in different tones by the party's twin assassins, Tia and Tina, the slender blonde sisters. From the side, the towering and muscular Gagaron, whose build was so burly that people often mistook her for a man, chuckled, her hefty frame shaking with amusement. Well, we can forgive being a little late. But we should hurry. Even if we're not technically late, arriving exactly on time when you're the invited guest is still kind of rude. I don't like being summoned like we're subordinates, but, given their position, we'll just deal with it. Same rank, but treated like nobles. Special treatment. So unfair. Alright then. Let's move out. With Lachias's spirited command, the carriage began to roll forward. Clatter, clatter, the carriage set off toward the mansion where Dragon's Dream was waiting. A meeting between Adamantite-ranked adventurer parties, depending on the context, it could mean the movement of power on a national scale. And great power always draws attention. In the shadows, unseen eyes watched the carriage closely, then began to follow its path. To understand what it means to be an Adamantite-ranked adventurer, one must first understand what it means to be an adventurer in the first place. Put simply, adventurers are hired hands who take unpaid commissions. Delving into the details would require covering the history of the Adventurers Guild, how the current system was established, and more, but at its core, that's the job. The guild connects clients with adventurers, and the adventurers carry out the tasks for a reward. But they're more than just ERR and runners. They might start with simple chores, cleaning, deliveries, escort duties, or even travel guidance, but they're also the ones who hunt monsters, explore dungeons and forbidden lands, and collect rare herbs or materials. Dangerous and unpredictable work. The reason for this wide range of tasks. Rank. The more dangerous or valuable the request, the higher the risk, and the more trust required. From copper to adamantite, adventurer ranks are named after minerals, and each step up represents a vast leap in power and prestige. Naturally, that also means a dramatic difference in the kind of requests they receive, and how they're treated. A copper-ranked adventurer tasked with clearing goblins doesn't get the same treatment as a platinum-ranked one who slays calamity-class monsters. The difference between those ranks is almost as vast as the gap between commoners and nobles. At the very summit of all adventurers stood those known as the adamantite-ranked, named after the strongest mythical metal. But even among these legends, there existed those of a class entirely their own. The adamantite-ranked adventurer party, Dragon's Dream. Not simply a team, but an adventurer clan, passed down through generations, an anomaly in the world of adventurers. Their influence transcended borders, extending its reach across the entire world, their legacy nearly as long as that of the Adventurers Guild itself, which was born out of the chaos following the evil deities' war over 2 centuries ago. Around 150 years ago, a man who called himself the Dragon Priest, Drakel Dragondream, first raised the banner of Dragon's Dream. In a world plagued by monsters and war, he and his party carved out their legend, slaying beasts, establishing towns, conquering dungeons, and vanquishing evil. One by one, they racked up feats that elevated their status to something even sovereign powers dared not challenge. Their overwhelming might caught the eye not just of nobles, but entire nations. Some rulers attempted to win their loyalty with titles and lands, but Dragon's Dream made one thing clear: they could be hired, never ruled. This stance elevated the position of adventurers worldwide, reshaping the perception of their freedom and purpose. No matter how vast your authority, no ruler may chain the freedom of an adventurer. This declaration shattered the old view of adventurers as nothing more than ERR and runners and mercenaries. Furious, some nobles resorted to clandestine assassins, mercenary guilds, and shadowy figures known as walkers to eliminate Dragon's Dream. They failed. Because Dragon's Dream was strong. And their founder, the Dragon Priest, was terrifyingly powerful. Whispers from that era claim that had the Dragon Priest chosen to raise a flag and found a kingdom rather than live as an adventurer, he could have birthed a nation far greater than any that exists today. After several failed assassination attempts, accidents began occurring, whole noble houses wiped from existence, even a minor kingdom erased overnight. From that point on, Dragon's Dream was recognized as a paramilitary force independent of any nation, a rare group whose might could rival entire states. Even those hailed as heirs to heroism could not break their dominion. Yet not even heroes escape the march of time. When the Dragon Priest passed and his heir succeeded him as the second clan master, many questioned whether a clan born from one man's strength could endure. That doubt was swiftly silenced. The second clan master, Lion L. Dragondream, was said to have surpassed even his mythic predecessor. He ventured beyond the domain of heroes into the realm of anomalies, those few whose power defied all understanding. During the Great Invasion, when monsters poured out of the Azerlija Mountains and threatened the Re-Estais kingdom, it was Lion, wielding the clan's legendary relic, the true Dragonblade, who alone slew hundreds of beasts. Among them were several with a threat level over 100, and even a few rare dragonkin classified as uniquely hazardous. His power far outshined the so-called heroes of his day. Even now, 150 years later, bards still sing of his deeds in the ballad, the Song of the Lion King, a tavern staple known across the continent. And the legend continued. Each generation, Dragon's Dream produced warriors who surpassed even the standard of heroes. Though its regular members were formidable, the clan masters were always exceptional, building legacies worthy of the name. Some ballads claim the clan descends from the bloodline of ancient dragon kings, and many believe it. With such power, not even kings dared provoke them. When Fluter Paradine, the Empire's grand sorcerer and a 6th tier spellcaster considered an anomaly in his own right, was compared to the strength of an entire imperial army, some whispered that Dragon's Dream, as a single clan, might surpass even that. In the modern age, where most human heroes have faded, and demihumans and beastkin now dominate the continent, Dragon's Dream remains an unshakable presence, always named when discussing the continent's mightiest. And yet, curiously, they never sought expansion. Despite their power being sufficient to build a kingdom, they never extended beyond their main house and a few branch families. Thus, while every nation kept a cautious eye on them, none felt a need for open hostility. It was no wonder that adventurers looked upon Dragon's Dream with awe and reverence, much like common folk gaze upon legendary heroes. They were the embodiment of the ideal adventurer, never clinging to power or titles, never greedy for more than needed, and always willing to throw themselves into the most perilous of quests. Their path was one of pure conviction. And so, adventurers called them, with deep respect, the Great House. Because of this, Dragon's Dream was regarded as an entity beyond class or status, equally revered by peasants, nobles, and even royalty. To call them living history would not be an exaggeration. After all, they had walked alongside the Adventurers Guild for over a century. Even among other Adamantite-ranked adventurers, Dragon's Dream stood apart, honored with special treatment that went beyond recognition. They were a class unto themselves. In fact, in some kingdoms, they were treated with the same esteem as royal bloodlines. One famous tale recounts a princess of the Dragon Kingdom who, claiming shared draconic heritage, publicly proposed to the current clan head of Dragon's Dream. Allegedly, after being turned down, she ran away from home in heartbreak, a rumor likely born from the imaginations of gossip mongers. But such was the company Blue Rose was now preparing to meet. Though also Adamantite-ranked, they were mere newcomers. Dragon's Dream had built a legacy of more than 100 years. Rumor had it that every time a new guildmaster took office, they would personally visit the Dragon's Dream estate to pay respects to the clan head. While Blue Rose had crossed paths with members of the Great House before, this was the first time they had been formally invited to their estate, and the first time they would meet the current clan head. This was a man so notoriously elusive that he wouldn't attend even state ceremonies when invited by the king himself, citing them as a bother. So naturally, nerves were high. Not long after, the carriage rolled to a stop, and Blue Rose found themselves face to face with an AWE-inspiring sight. It wasn't quite a palace, but the sprawling estate before them could have been mistaken for a fortress. Towering stone walls and architectural majesty exuded a quiet, imposing authority. This was the ancestral home of Dragon's Dream, nestled just outside Riastice's royal capital. Why, many wondered, would the Great House choose to settle in a minor kingdom, rather than within the borders of a mighty empire or the Holy Kingdom? The official answer, supposedly given by Dragon's Dream, was that, the kingdom's weak monarchy and strong adventurer culture made it a comfortable place to live. Of course, few actually believed that. After all, even the emperor of the empire wouldn't dare lay a hand on the Great House. As Blue Rose passed through the towering gates and down the ornate corridors, their eyes were drawn to the crimson carpets, classical paintings, and lavish displays of fine artifacts. Some of these works would be rarities even in a royal treasury, but here, they were simply part of the decor. Lachias, herself born of nobility, could tell at a glance, most were undoubtedly authentic. A great house with a century and a half of history. She mused that, compared to the frequent thefts, civil unrest, and fires that plagued royal palaces, this place might actually be safer. Before they realized it, they had arrived at the reception hall. A massive, rectangular table dominated the space. And rising to greet them from behind it was a towering man, whose very presence welcomed them. Creation is hard, cheer me up. Vote for me. Like it. Add to library. Vanity01 Creators Thoughts. 0 comments 0 vote. 6 Dragon's Dream 4. Chapter 6. Dragon's Dream 4. Welcome, members of Blue Rose. A towering middle-aged man spread his arms wide to greet them. His immense frame was hard to believe belonged to a mere human. Even through his formal attire, one could clearly see the signs of a body honed through relentless discipline. The sheer intensity of his presence filled the room, leaving everyone breathless. He was the current head of Dragon's Dream, a man who may have surpassed even the realm of heroes, perhaps even broken past the domain of irregulars. And for Blue Rose, this was their first time seeing him in the flesh. I am, well, though it's far more honor than I deserve, I currently serve as the 6th clan head of Dragon's Dream, Monkey Spanner El Dragondream. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh my, what a man. Gagaron let out an involuntary sigh of admiration, her voice trembling slightly at the low, commanding tone that echoed through the hall. Before her stood the man of her dreams, every inch the ideal she had long fantasized about. That massive, powerful physique looked even more trained than that of the kingdom's famed warrior, Gazef Stranov. She was utterly captivated. And that rugged face. A wild, rough charm that would put any mountain bandit to shame. Those bushy sideburns, that thick beard. Gagaron was convinced. She had met the man of her life. While Lachias and Evely subtly averted their eyes, and the twin ninja sisters mumbled under their breath, things like, or, Halfoger, Gagaron blushed like a maiden in springtime. Usually, when people called her things like, virgin hunter, man-eater, or, that's not a chest, that's a pec deck, she would simply laugh and beat the offenders half to death. But at this moment, she was simply a woman. Nothing more. Her face flushed bright red, so much so that anyone with normal emotional processing would look away out of secondhand embarrassment. Unfortunately for the ninja sisters beside her, they didn't, and were thus subjected to the full view, both groaning in unison. Clan head of Dragon Dream, sir. Please, just call me Monkey Spanner, Miss Gagaron of Blue Rose. Oh my gods. Gagaron immediately buried her face in her hands. Miss. She couldn't even remember the last time someone had called her that. Everyone who knew her treated her as a hardened warrior, never as a lady. And whenever her femininity was mentioned, it was usually in jest or derision. But this ideal man, he saw her as a woman. She could feel her world being painted in rose hues. Her memories of making countless men cry faded into oblivion. From this day forward, she would walk a straight path, toward her ideal. Gagaron. Gagaron, snap out of it. Why yeah, get a grip. You can't afford to embarrass us in front of Lord Monkey Spanner. Evely and Lachias hastily grabbed Gagaron from both sides and shook her back to her senses. Sure, the man had a rather unique name, but his strength was undeniable. He was the head of the great house, clearly someone beyond the realm of even elite irregulars. Acting disrespectfully before someone like that could spell disaster. Even Blue Rose wouldn't walk away unscathed. Biwahaha. Oh, come now. It's only natural for strong men to attract fine women. I don't mind if you fall for me, don't worry yourself over it. A fine woman, you say, Lord Monkey Spanner, you flatter me. He's not kidding, muttered one of the ninja twins with a deadpan voice. That's 100% sincere. Evely and Lachias, now supporting the dazed Gagaron, forcibly sat her down and quickly took their own seats as well. Monkey Spanner, still chuckling, gave a few polite coughs and then took his seat opposite the 5 members of Blue Rose. Well then, introductions are already done, I believe. We know each other well enough, so I hope you won't mind if we skip the formalities and get straight to the matter at hand. I'd love to offer a proper meal, but unfortunately, both your side and mine are quite busy these days. I'm not busy at all. We appreciate your hospitality. Let's get straight to business. I'm already tired. Same. For once, I completely agree. Lachias had quickly clamped a hand over Gagarin's mouth and replied without pause. Next to her, the ninja twins collapsed over the table, their jaws resting on the wood in clear exhaustion. Even Evely, despite her mask, looked visibly drained. As expected from the clan head of the great house, he had flipped Blue Rose upside down in just a few minutes. Just then, a maid entered the room and quietly set down tea and snacks for 6 before slipping away. The ninja twins remained slumped over the table, nibbling on cookies, while Gagaron still gazed dreamily at Monkey Spanner, eyes sparkling like a girl in love. It was chaos incarnate. Evely, who as an undead should never feel such things, clutched her forehead beneath her hood. It felt like she was developing a headache. HMPH. Well, it looks like everyone's calmed down. Shall we get to the heart of the matter? Yes, please do. You're already aware of the strange incidents happening throughout the kingdom, I presume. These events, which may soon affect the nation itself. What exactly do you mean by strange incidents? Exactly what it sounds like, anomalies. With a flick, Monkey Spanner pulled a single document from the stack beside him and handed it to Lachias. The moment she scanned the page, her eyes widened in disbelief. Most of the incidents listed were ones she already knew. In fact, not knowing them would be more suspicious. Commoners in the royal capital had heard of them too. But the level of detail here was far beyond anything she had seen. Some entries even included information that clearly shouldn't be known by the public, or perhaps, shouldn't be known at all. It's a summary of recent events. The ghost ship sightings along the highway near the Cat's Plains, the disappearances of entire villages across the kingdom, the undead invasion of Erantel, and most recently, the appearance of a vampire near the city outskirts. Every last one of them is a potential national-level threat. He waved a hand casually. Granted, powerful undead showing up near the Cat's Plains isn't new. The village disappearances were the handiwork of the theocracy, and the undead invasion was carried out by a heretical cult called Zuranorn. All of that's been confirmed. Still, something doesn't sit right with me, that's why I summoned you. But, wasn't the village disappearance explained as the work of a notorious bandit gang? Didn't warrior Captain Gazef Stranov defeat them already? That was a cover story. Likely fabricated because the theocracy's hostility toward the kingdom couldn't be officially acknowledged. Either Gazef glossed over the truth himself, or someone higher up decided to hush it. And frankly, that mission always smelled like someone was targeting Gazef on purpose, if you ask me. His tone was offhand, almost dismissive, but the implications were heavy. Lachias gripped the paper so tightly it nearly tore. She wanted to believe it wasn't true. That the theocracy had committed mass slaughter in a kingdom village. If that truth came to light, the kingdom might fall into chaos. Blue Rose had clashed with the theocracy once before. Their elite force, the Sunlight Scripture, had attempted to wipe out the village of Ain. The two groups had fought, inflicted damage on one another, and ultimately withdrew. But even then, Lachias had thought it a small-scale skirmish, not a full-blown declaration of war. But if the conflict had grown to the national level, then the balance of the world itself was teetering. The Re-Estais kingdom had only been able to endure the pressure of the neighboring empire thanks to the presence of the theocracy on the opposite border. There was always the hope of their intervention if things got out of hand. And now to hear that the theocracy was working to destroy the kingdom. The despair of it left Lachias trembling. How do you even know all this? Oh, nothing special. Let's just say my ears are sharp enough to catch whispers from even the deepest corners of the royal palace. A cold sweat formed on Lachias's brow. Monkey Spanner's words meant that he had agents embedded throughout the capital, perhaps even at the heart of the government. And the fact that he could say it so casually meant only one thing. He wasn't worried if they found out. There was no point in resisting, no use in overthinking. This man, head of the great house, someone even the empire and theocracy wouldn't dare provoke, had power that rivaled or even exceeded the kingdom's own ruler. Lachias couldn't help but wonder if there were more people loyal to him than to the crown itself. He possessed power that transcended national authority. And he deserved it. Of course, that also meant the kingdom, already shaky at best, might not be worth pledging loyalty to anymore. She thought of her friend, Princess Renner, and smiled bitterly to herself. Her stomach twisted. She sipped her tea to calm her nerves. And now, you, Monkey Spanner's eyes locked onto Evely. You wouldn't happen to know anything about the vampire sighting, would you? In that moment, Evely, who had been silently observing the one-sided exchange between Lachias and Monkey Spanner, felt a chill run down her spine. His piercing gaze seemed to cut right through her hood and mask. Why would you ask me about that? Out of all the recent incidents, the vampire one feels off. The others all had a clear cause and perpetrators. But not this. The so-called vampire left behind only destruction. No body, no relics, no loot. Supposedly it was defeated, and yet nothing remains. And something tells me you might know a thing or two about that, I don't. But, Evely tensed. Why was he looking at her while talking about vampires? Could it be? Had her identity been exposed? No, there's no way. This mask was a legendary artifact, crafted over 200 years ago by a friend. Not even a hero who surpassed the standards of the outliers should be able to see through it. And yet, that gaze, firm and unrelenting, was shaking Evely's certainty. She instinctively readied herself to bolt at any moment. She had no intention of fighting, not because her equipment was incomplete, but because she couldn't picture herself winning. The head of Dragon's Dream, said to be descended from the bloodline of dragons, his strength might very well exceed the realm of outliers. Evely steadied her trembling body, awaiting his next move. It was then that Lachias interjected. Was all of this what you summoned us for? Something like that. As the kingdom's top-rated force, it's only right that Blue Rose be kept in the loop. Hope I haven't burdened you. Lachias nearly screamed, burdened. That's an understatement. To learn that the theocracy harbored hostility toward the kingdom, she never wanted to know that, even in her worst dreams. It would have been so much better not knowing. But now that they did know, there was no turning back. Lachias felt a crushing mental fatigue settle in. At times like this, she envied the undead, Evely, who could always maintain a calm and rational state of mind. But even she was now clutching her head, her mask trembling. Apparently, even the undead weren't immune to stress. The rest of Blue Rose was no better. It had only been the length of a single tea break, and yet the ninja twins were slumped over like corpses, Gagaron was still in a love-struck daze, and Evely looked downright miserable. Lachias desperately wanted to get out of here. Well then, if you'll excuse us. There's one more thing. Yes. She almost blurted out, what now, but just barely held herself back. I've heard a new Adamantite-ranked adventurer party has recently emerged. Do you happen to know anything about them? You mean Darkness? Yes, them. If you happen to cross paths with them, I'd appreciate any information you could share. Lachias gave him a puzzled look. Darkness, a newly formed adventurer team of just 2 members. In the span of a mere couple of months, they had climbed from copper to adamantite class, an unprecedented feat. Their achievements were frankly unbelievable. Resolving the undead outbreak in Erantel, annihilating an alliance of goblin tribes, harvesting rare medicinal herbs, subjugating the king of the forest, slaying the colossal basilisk gigant, purging an undead battalion in the Cat's Plains, and even eliminating a vampire near Erantel, some of these incidents had the potential to escalate into national crises. And they accomplished all of that, in just 2 months. In fact, over half of the events listed in Monkey Spanner's earlier documents were the work of Darkness. So why was he so interested in them? Is this a formal request? Indeed. You'll be compensated according to the intel you provide. Consider this your advance payment. He reached under the table and pulled out a heavy leather pouch, placing it before Lachias. She opened it slightly, and was immediately blinded by the dazzling white gold gleam. It was filled with platinum coins, issued by the Theocracy. Lachias's hand trembled as she held the pouch. This amount alone was comparable to the annual budget of a small city. Even as an Adamantite-class party, Blue Rose had never received a request of this magnitude. Was Darkness really worth such an outrageous sum? Sure, their feats were incredible, but... Lachias hesitated, her hand hovering awkwardly over the pouch. Your answer. Monkey Spanner's tone was casual, but there was a pressure behind it that left no room for refusal. Why us? She asked quietly. What do you mean? Why go out of your way to entrust something like this to us? With your power, surely you could gather any intel you wanted on Darkness. With the name Dragon's Dream, even digging into a newly minted adamantite party wouldn't be difficult. You're not wrong, he nodded. Then paused. But I'm hesitant to approach Darkness directly. He rubbed his chin, looking troubled, then continued. Doesn't it strike you as odd? They defeated a powerful vampire, yet every other party that went with them was completely wiped out. And there's little to no evidence left behind. Supposedly they unleashed 8th tier magic, but the circumstances are suspiciously vague. Not to mention, that vanguard of theirs, the warrior called Momin, he never removes his helmet. Never eats. Never drinks. No one's even seen his face. Don't you think that's just a bit too suspicious? Lachias nodded slowly. She too had always felt something off about Darkness. Their explosive rise, their opaque background, none of it added up. Their achievements were so absurd that no one dared to question them, but the stench of mystery around them was unmistakable. Even in Erantel, information was scarce. It felt like the guild itself was controlling the flow of intel. But Adamantite-class adventurers influence national power. A thorough investigation was more than justified. Miss Lachias, Monkey Spanner said firmly, know this, both I and Dragon's Dream work for the peace of this kingdom, and the world. But these Darkness individuals, I can't make that call yet. I'd love to meet them in person, but I don't want to risk alarming them unnecessarily. You see, our name is far too heavy. I understand. If one were to ask which name carried more weight, Dragon's Dream or Blue Rose, anyone would choose the former without hesitation. How could a noble house that works for the safety of the world possibly be compared to a mere adventurer party? And, one of the reasons I chose your group, aside from your adamantite rank, is because you're a party composed entirely of young women. I figured your beauty would help lower their guard. Is that so? An all-female adventuring party, Lachias's expression darkened for a moment. In a rough and dangerous profession like adventuring, being comprised only of women naturally attracted rumors, some of which bordered on slander. But they had grown strong enough that their gender no longer defined them. And yet, Even as Adamantite-class adventurers, they still received this kind of treatment. In that moment, Lachias couldn't help but wonder if it had all been worth it. A wave of self-loathing washed over her. But she couldn't refuse the request either. Their equipment, especially their magical items and consumables, was tremendously expensive. Even with their elite status, there were times when they struggled with funding. And the amount Monkey Spanner had presented as an advance was staggering, even to someone born into nobility like Lachias. Besides, the request wasn't some monster-slaying suicide mission, it was intelligence gathering. Lachias could feel her pride wavering under the weight of that money. And in the end, she pulled the pouch filled with platinum coins toward her. Very well. We'll take the request. Monkey Spanner smiled warmly, and in that moment, Lachias found him insufferably irritating. The meeting concluded, the contract signed, and Lachias gathered her companions. The ninja twins, having rested comfortably, casually stuffed the remaining sweets into their pockets. Evely rose quickly, visibly tense. But Gagaron showed no signs of moving from her seat, as if she hadn't absorbed a single thing that had just happened. Ah, Lord Monkey Spanner, if you ever have some free time. She even had the gall to say that. Lachias felt her patience reaching its limit. Surely the great water god was watching over her. She remained composed, for now. Monkey Spanner, grinning, stood up and flexed. His upper body rippled, massive muscles pressing visibly against his clothing, practically throbbing. Gagaron let out a delighted whoop, while Lachias, Evely, Tia, and Tina all looked away as if they'd seen something they could never unsee. Ha ha. Lady Gagaron, if you wish to be a woman worthy of me, you'll need to strengthen that frail little body of yours. Frail. Shock. Terror. Chaos. Incomprehensible. With those final mental blows to Blue Rose, Monkey Spanner laughed heartily as he teleported them away. The Great House truly lived up to its title, even to the bitter end. Blue Rose would never forget this moment, for many, many reasons. Just seconds later, the boisterous, radiant grin disappeared from Monkey Spanner's face like a lie. Ah, what a pain. Much like Blue Rose, he too was exhausted. Pretending to be someone he wasn't, it made his muscles itch with irritation. Absent-mindedly, he twitched his furry, club-like tail, previously hidden under the chair, and used it to scratch his back vigorously. Creation is hard, cheer me up. Vote for me. Like it. Add to library. Vanity01 Creators Thoughts. 1 comments 0 vote. 7 Dragon's Dream 5. Chapter 7. Dragon's Dream 5. Phew, finally, I can breathe again. Now that there were no more eyes on him, Monkey Spanner casually let his tail out and sighed in relief. Just a few more years and my term as the bearer of lifespan will be over, and yet, of all times, the cycle had to fall under my watch. Rotten luck, seriously, what a joke, NGHHH. Groaning with frustration, he slumped down, stretching his arms out with a great yawn. As he raised his burly arms high into the air, thick tufts of fur began sprouting along them, and his form began to shift. Across his bronzed skin, even darker fur shimmered into view. His nose protruded, his eyes sank deep into his skull. It wasn't just his face, his entire bone structure was changing. This was the magic of 7th tier spell, Greater Change. Normally, a house patriarch would use the far more refined 9th tier spell, True Transformation, to alter their form, but Monkey Spanner hated the way that spell made him look. So instead, he used a magic item that allowed him to transform only when absolutely necessary. In his case, being closer to a humanoid beastman than most, he was granted special allowances. Even in his beast form, he could still pass as human-ish, if he tried hard enough. And if worst came to worst, he could always claim it was some beastly bloodline talent. Ah, I swear, this human form never suited me. My original body's still the best. At last, his true form was revealed, a massive, golden-furred ape cloaked in thick layers of radiant fur. His face was black, eyes blood-red, and around each eye burned a ring of gold-like fire halos. This was Monkey Spanner, the Sarushinkan, 9th of the 12 divine attendants who serve the great monarchs, closest to the gods themselves. This was the real face of the monkey beastman who held the name of the head of Dragon's Dream. Now back in his original body, Monkey Spanner threw all semblance of dignity aside, collapsing sideways onto the massive table. His nostrils flared loudly with each relaxed breath. Though considered the most human-like of the 12 beastkin priests, it was obvious, being human was torture for him. No tail. No fur. No freedom to breathe and snort as he pleased. It was like being stuffed into a suffocating shell, pure agony. And he had endured that agony for 20 years. At first, he thought, how can anyone stand this? But now, well, he'd grown used to it. Still, when he thought of the others who had been putting up with it for decades longer without even a break, he felt genuine respect for them. Life sure finds a way to adapt, he muttered, twisting and flexing to shake off his lingering discomfort. But damn, this is a pain. What now? His words were closer to a groan than a question. The world, or rather, the outside, didn't know their true identity. It didn't know why a so-called house bore the strange name Dragon's Dream, nor why they possessed strength so far beyond the norms of the world. And above all, it didn't know why such a powerful faction had chosen not to rule it. The truth was that the Dragon's Dream, known to the world, that great house, revered by nations, was nothing more than a forward outpost, a border patrol, a recon unit, at best. Honestly, Monkey Spanner hated living like this. Pretending to be human with magic gear. Entertaining weaklings, some of whom, sure, showed a bit of promise, but all in all just mutated scrap species and half-trained locals. Putting on an act for them. Disgusting. And don't get him started on those missions, where he had to play along with fragile things who claimed to love battle and bloodshed. What was there to enjoy when just brushing them with his palm made them pop like water balloons? If he had a choice, he'd rather be relaxing in the Divine City instead. At least there, he could live freely and eat well. But, we have no choice. Their very existence had meaning only in serving their master, their monarch or god. To carry out his will. To remove any discomfort or disturbance from his path. And if that meant sacrifice, then so be it. No price was too high. This minor discomfort was nothing. But this wasn't a command from him. Ever since the day they fell into this world, he hadn't opened his eyes, not even once. Of course it was a headache. Their absolute sovereign, their god, still slumbered, and did nothing. Of course, the mere fact that he resided in the Divine City was already an unfathomable blessing. But still, they could not help but wish that he would rise, speak, and rule directly. But their kingdom, the Divine City, was far from unified. Sigh, yeah, this is beyond something I can handle on my own. Monkey Spanner scratched his head with his tail, which had been scratching his back moments ago. Maybe it was just his mood, but he was seriously craving a banana. Unfortunately, unless he returned to the Divine City, that craving would remain unsatisfied. The mere thought made him even more irritated. And the situation wasn't looking good. They knew the cycle was approaching. But the exact timing, even they didn't know. The cycle, a concept forged through the collective minds of scholars in the Divine City after extensive research into historical records spanning over 6 centuries. In the end, the wise men of the Divine City formalized the concept of a 100-year cycle. In the year the cycle returned, 600 years ago, the beings known as the 6 great gods descended upon the world. 5 centuries ago, it was the 8 Greed Kings. Although there were no other confirmed instances of godlike figures descending, there were scattered records of potential candidates, the Princess of the Crystal Palace, the Wyvern Knight, the Goblin King, and more. And 200 years ago, when Monkey Spanner and the others fell into this world with their slumbering monarch, chaos erupted. The Divine City, in those early days, was a maelstrom of internal strife, power struggles, and ideological clashes. It took decades to stabilize. Only once order was restored did small expeditionary forces begin to venture into the outside world. It was then that they discovered others who seemed to have fallen into this world at the same time. Through negotiation and testing, these individuals were brought into the Divine City. Most notably, the so-called 13 heroes, and the mouth-only sage. They were the first invited into the city due to their resemblance to divine beings. After several trials, it was confirmed, they were players, godlike figures, and they were accepted into the city. They asked to meet the god of the Divine City, but awakening him was strictly forbidden under divine law. The authority of God is absolute. Under no circumstances may it be violated. This was the highest of all commandments, one of hundreds that formed the laws of the Divine City after centuries of deliberation. The words of God are final, and disturbing him is an unforgivable sin. Thus, even though he has slept for centuries, not a single being in the Divine City has dared to wake him. And if anyone ever tried, even if they resembled gods themselves, even if they were revered, they would be eliminated without hesitation. The 13 heroes learned this truth. And with the phrase, "there's no going back now," they despaired. But soon, they accepted it. They embraced the wondrous gap between the divine city's civilization and the outside world. They lived out their days under the grace of the divine city. Though they eventually succumbed to the limits of mortality, they lived long beyond the natural span of their races thanks to treatments and research pioneered in the city. Until the very end, they contributed everything they had to their new home. But not all stories end so peacefully. The 13 heroes and the mouth-only sage were not threats. But what if the 6 great gods or the 8 greed kings returned, true threats? What if beings like the Dragon Lord who defeated the 8 greed kings, or others of similar magnitude, were still hiding somewhere in this world? Back during the chaotic period when the divine city first fell into this world, there were some who slipped away into the outside world. These deserters, once members of the divine city themselves, posed an even greater risk than the potential threats scattered across this weak and pitiful realm. Because they might expose the very existence of the divine city. Though most of this world was disgustingly weak, there were still a few dangerous exceptions. To track and, if necessary, eliminate those threats, the divine city established its external surveillance unit, Dragon's Dream. The first head of this agency was the Dragon Priest, who laid its foundations. Later, it was the Tiger Priest who formalized the group into a structured clan, known as the Dragon's Dream. To sustain this front, every generation, a new priest is sent from the divine city to assume a human form and lead the Dragon's Dream under the alias of its head. Their term, referred to as a lifespan, is decided by a randomized draw known as the random box. Now, it was the turn of the 6th head, the monkey priest, Monkey Spanner. And of all times, his tenure had to coincide with the cycle. Just his luck. Our God won't awaken today either. It had been nearly 200 years since they fell into this world. And their God still remained asleep. During that time, they'd gathered all kinds of information about this world. Among that, anything related to dragons was of the highest importance. After all, their God took the form of a dragon. So they feared perhaps his long slumber had something to do with this world's own Dragonkind. But the dragons of this world were entirely different. Even if they looked somewhat similar, their power was pitiful in comparison. Their dignity, their majesty, utterly lacking. Winged lizards like these could never be compared to their sovereign. Even the so-called dragon lords, dragons with intelligence and magic, failed to produce any significant leads. There was a time when a princess from the Dragon Kingdom, claiming draconic heritage, publicly proposed to the thin head of Dragon's Dream. She was brought in and examined, but nothing came of it. So they had no choice but to wait. Wait for their God to awaken by his own will. And now, another cycle was beginning. But this time, it felt different. It felt wrong. 200 years ago, the cycle ended with them simply recruiting a few heroes. They found no other major disturbances. True, the 13 heroes and the mouth-only sage were powerful, but not enough to rival a priest, barely on par with a priest candidate at best. 100 years ago, during the previous cycle, the only major event was the so-called Great Invasion. No godlike beings were detected. After resolving the invasion, the Thienepriest Lion the Tiger Priest, who also headed Dragon's Dream, quietly took care of a rogue demihuman nation. A state secretly founded by one of the original deserters from the Divine City. In other words, every cycle so far had been manageable. Each event could be resolved by the priest in charge of the outer world. But not this time. This time, something felt very, 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 very wrong. This is the 3rd time I've been blocked, lol. It seems like someone really hates or doesn't like this. Vanity01 Creators Thoughts. 4 comments 0 vote. 8 Dragon's Dream, 6. Chapter 8. Dragon's Dream, 6. Those traces, there's no way they were ordinary. Monkey Spanner had gone himself to inspect the battlefield where Darkness reportedly fought a vampire, after hearing from a subordinate that the remnants there were beyond his ability to comprehend. What he found at the site, lauded as the location where a vampire had been vanquished, was a type of magical residue none of them had seen in the 200 years since being thrown into this world. A berserk 8th tier spell. Don't make me laugh. Monkey Spanner scoffed. Ludicrous. It was the kind of nonsense you'd expect from a world full of fools who call a mere 6th tier spell legendary. But his eyes could not be fooled. Magic crystals do not go berserk like this. And even if they did, the resulting destruction wouldn't be so widespread or devastating. True, not many in the Divine City can cast 8th tier or higher magic, but they aren't rare either. He knew well. This wasn't 8th tier. It wasn't 9th tier. It wasn't even a great spell of the 10th tier. What he was looking at was far beyond. It was the mark of a miracle, magic that surpassed even the apex of spellcraft. It was unmistakably the trace of over magic, a transcendent form of magic that exists above all tiers. He knew this well, too. Among the 12 priests, there were a few who could wield such power. The residue here was unmistakably from over magic. And interwoven in that residue were threads of corruption, of death. Someone had tried to erase all the remaining magic deliberately, but a faint lingering trace remained, just enough for Monkey Spanner to detect it. At that place, a being capable of casting over magic had fought another being powerful enough to withstand it. If that ridiculous vampire, what was it, Honjonyanko or whatever, had such power, there's no way it would have remained unknown until now. Surviving or enduring over magic meant you were Priestier, someone capable of conquering the world solo. To have gone unnoticed this long was unthinkable. And then there was Momen, of Darkness, who, according to the guild, had arrived chasing that vampire. Which meant, Momen was somehow connected to the vampire. Then there was the magic crystal he used, and the over magic cast during that confrontation. It must have been one of the Darkness members. Whether it was Momen or the woman called Nabe, he couldn't be sure. The guild registered Momen as a warrior, and Nabe as a magic caster, so let's assume it was the woman. Now the real question was, why? Why did they fight that vampire? And why did they become adventurers? The first question didn't have enough data yet. But the second, he had a theory. Because they did the same. Adventuring was the easiest, fastest way for an unknown to gain official status in this world. Prove your skills at a guild, earn a plate, and you're acknowledged. If one had power, they could swiftly climb the ranks and gain money, information, and status. So it was likely they had the same idea. Become adventurers. Earn prestige. Secure a position. Then, what were they planning next? No helping it. Monkey Spanner gave up thinking. This was beyond his scope. The moment the presence of over magic was confirmed, the situation had escalated far beyond what an outer world handler could manage. There was now the possibility that beings akin to gods, or worse, had fallen into this world. Perhaps even worshippers of such a being, like themselves. It can't be helped. He swallowed hard. His rugged face tensed with anxiety. The worst-case scenario flashed in his mind, and Monkey Spanner could no longer stay idle. He couldn't afford to just wait for Blue Rose's report. He'd still take it, of course. But action was needed now. Darkness was retracing the same path they once took. Now that they had status, they would pursue information. And before they found out the truth, before they could grow cautious, he had to act. No choice but to convene the 12 High Priests' Council. Ever since their god fell into slumber, the 12 High Priests had ruled in his stead, each fulfilling their divine role. But when a threat loomed large enough to endanger even the divine city, all 12 would convene. Their omniscient god was asleep, and so they had no choice but to wring wisdom from their own limited minds. And yet, a crooked smile formed at the corner of Monkey Spanner's lips. It's a special case. No one will complain if I return. It had been 20 long years since he drew the short straw in the random box and had to mimic humanity. His lifespan still had years left to run, but lately, all he wanted was to go home. At that very moment, in the city of Riestais. In the quiet of his room, the warrior of the Adamantite-ranked adventurer party Darkness, Momen, was clutching his head. No matter how I look at it, this is definitely that. Several documents were scattered before him. Momen, whose true name was Momonga, had now adopted the name of his former guild itself, Ainzul Gaon, and acted as its sole surviving player. That was his true identity. After being cast into this new world alongside the guild base, the Great Tomb of Nazareth, and its NPCs, he had chosen to disguise himself as an adventurer, taking along one of the made NPCs to gather information about this world. Thanks to a few strokes of luck and unexpected developments, he had risen swiftly through the ranks to Adamantite class. The reasons were simple. First, the overall power level of this world was pitifully low. Second, major events like the undead attack and the vampire hunt occurred in quick succession. It allowed Ains to rise through the adventurer ranks unusually fast. Still, he couldn't help but feel uneasy about it. The undead attack, fine. But the vampire hunt, that one had seriously bothered him. After all, the vampire in question was one of his own, a floor guardian, an elite NPC of Nazareth with absolute loyalty and a terrifying level 100 strength. Yet somehow, she had been mind-controlled in this weak world. And so, he had no choice but to step in personally and take her down. No one could know the truth. No adventurer in this world stood a chance against a level 100 entity, and more importantly, only he could end it with certainty. He had since resurrected her and returned her safely to Nazareth, but that battle still haunted him with unease. On the bright side, becoming a Adamantite class gave Ains certain privileges, namely, access to information. Sebas, who was gathering intel in the royal capital, was already doing his part. But Ains had suspected the Adventurer Guild might yield something as well. And by sheer chance, it did. Monkey Spanner. That's without a doubt tied to a player. The name itself was the smoking gun. Ains, once a man named Suzuki Satoru, knew that monkey spanner referred to a type of wrench, a tool from modern Earth. There was no chance such a thing existed in this feudal-level fantasy world. A name like that could only mean one thing, a connection to Yggdrasil, the game world they came from. And it didn't stop there. In Dragon's Dream. That sounds exactly like a guild name, add in stuff like, restraining their power, protecting humanity, and being praised as a great noble house. This is definitely a roleplayer with a concept. Since arriving in this world months ago, Ains had studied up on the legends of the 6 great gods and the 8 greed kings. He suspected they, too, were likely players. The theocratic slain nation held clear connections to the 6 great gods, and their founding figures were very likely players themselves. The 8 greed kings, too, one of them reportedly ruled from a floating fortress. Ains had seen similar structures in Yggdrasil before. Though those ancient players may have passed on, their legacies remained. And now, this Dragon's Dream was far too suspicious. Ains's instincts, sharpened from his years in Yggdrasil, were screaming. These people were definitely related to players. The only unknown was how strong they were. Ains had never heard of a guild named Dragon's Dream in Yggdrasil. They might have been a minor group, too weak to place in the rankings. But that meant nothing. After all, even his own guild Ains Ul Gaun, which once held a peak ranking of 9th, now had only one member left, himself. Even at the end of service, they had dropped to 29th. But even then, they'd possessed immense strength. And Yggdrasil made it relatively easy to reach level 100. There were undoubtedly many obscure guilds that still housed powerful players. Could they have been involved in Shultir's mind control? No, that can't be it. Ains shook his head at the thought. Before the game ended, the developers had officially revealed that 200 world items had been released in Yggdrasil, with only about 120 still remaining when the servers shut down. 11 of those were in Ains Ool Gaun's possession. And Ains remembered every single guild strong enough to own the others. They were threats to Nazareth. And none of them had been called Dragon's Dream. That much was certain. World items were more dangerous than level 100 players. With that thought, some of his anxiety eased. No matter what Dragon's Dream was, they couldn't possibly rival Ains Ul Gaun. Ains still had enough power to massacre hundreds of average 100 level players on his own. Still, he couldn't afford to be careless. Alright then, what should I do? For the first time, Ains had found a clear trace of another player, or perhaps someone tied to one. And it was far too close for comfort. He couldn't help but think, maybe becoming an adventurer was a mistake. It brought too much attention. Sure, being adamantite had benefits, but it also put him directly in the spotlight. To think they were this close all along. He sighed, or at least mimicked the act, since undead don't breathe. Were they truly a player? Or just a local inheriting a player's legacy? Whatever the case, Ains resolved to avoid any reckless contact. For now, he shelved the matter and stepped away from the storm that might yet come. The Golden Monkey Who Seeks Pleasure. Name: Monkey Spanner, Primal High Priest. Title: Ninth Seat of the 12 Divine High Priests, High Proxy Authority of the Divine City, Shinshi. Origin: Priest. Residence: Private chamber within the main estate of Dragon's Dream, located in the royal capital of the Re-Estais Kingdom. Also owns the Monkey Manor. Alignment: Good Karma Value, 100. Height: 2.46 meters, occasionally exceeds 3 meters. Total level: 100. Race levels: Primal Ape 10. Elder Ape 10. Others, totaling 35 levels. Class levels: Monk 10. Martial King 10. Chi Master 10. Weapon Master 5. Other classes, totaling 65 levels. Total stats score: 671. Vanity 01 Creators Thoughts. 1 comments 0 vote. 9. The Nation Ruled by God 1. Chapter 9. The Nation Ruled by God 1. The Council of the 12 High Priests is a governing body composed of 12 divine agents known as High Priests, who act as the supreme proxies of authority in the massive subterranean city-state of Shinshi, which had fallen beneath the Great Azerlija Mountains. Alongside them sit chosen representatives of the kingdom's citizens, and recognized members, individuals granted the right to participate in discussions of monumental significance, not just for the nation, but for the entire world. Considering the power and influence wielded by its members, the council is unquestionably the true hidden authority of this world. A mere king, an emperor. Such titles mean nothing here. If even one of these attendees decided to act seriously, the so-called nations built by the frail, surface races, would not survive a week before being reduced to ash. This world, after all, is not ruled by virtuous humans. Many races stronger than mankind exist. Beastmen, demihumans, inhumans, and countless monster races. But the ones in this council, they stand even above those. Their power is incomparable, so vast that they do not even view other races as being on the same plane. Such is the caliber of this institution, a council so elevated that in the 170 years since its founding, only 3 new members have joined. Even so, the council has only convened a handful of times, including the very first gathering at its inception. And each time it convenes, the issues brought forth are world-shaking. The unification of a chaos-ridden Shinshi 170 years ago and the drafting of its laws and codes, the eradication of the state founded by the deserters 150 years ago, the cycle and great invasion of 100 years ago, the emergence of a suspected player 70 years ago, all of these were enough to upend the balance of this fragile world. The 12 High Priests' Council devised responses to each of these crises, employing force, strategy, and all means at their disposal to restore peace to the world. Though their actions were carried out in the name of their divine king, they were, in every sense, acts of benevolence. It is for this reason that he was permitted to join as a member. Quote. I see. I understand the gravity of the situation. A deep, resonant voice echoed in the soft glow of darkness. In the heart of what appeared to be a massive subterranean temple, not merely a cave, a circular altar rose from the ground, and upon it crouched a towering silhouette, pale blue-white in hue. The voice had come from that being. Then tell Drake I'll make my preparations and join him shortly. The creature's pale, glistening scales shimmered with a faint internal glow, not glaring, but soft, like moonlight descending through an open ceiling to gently illuminate the altar. Each scale sparkled like a gemstone. Beneath that radiance, the majesty of the beast was fully revealed. Towering wings, metallic protrusions like natural armor sprouting across its body, and a regal, draconic head crowned with twin pairs of antler-like horns, it was a figure of awe. Though many dragons roamed the world, none matched this one in nobility or divine presence. This was a creature revered above all others, the Platinum Dragon Lord, Sindoruk's Vasion. To a few close acquaintances, he was affectionately called Cha, but to all others, he was the embodiment of might and majesty. As his gaze shifted, a suit of platinum armor, which had stood motionless like a statue, began to stir. Bound to his consciousness, the armor served as his proxy to exert influence beyond the bounds of this sanctuary. Even this avatar contained a fraction of the Platinum Dragon Lord's immense power. After decades of slumber, a part of the strongest Dragon Lord began to move. Beneath even the deepest chambers of the Azerlija Mountains, beyond light's reach, where a single passageway tunneled through layers of stone and metal thick as mountains themselves, there existed a hidden, fantastical realm no surface dweller could begin to imagine. Beyond a glowing citadel of pale blue-white light that sealed the only passage, a single descent led into what could barely be believed to be underground, a city-state crowned with a vast, shifting sky, one that changed with the hour and even experienced its own weather patterns. A nation beneath the earth, bathed in eternal starlight, the true dominion of the divine. The nation was built as a single massive city, surrounded by multiple natural fields that reflected various terrains of the great outdoors. Though technically called a city, its sheer scale far surpassed anything found on the surface. Towering skyscrapers pierced the sky, alongside enormous dome-shaped stadiums and colossal open-air coliseums. These structures were scattered across the vast metropolis like glittering jewels. But it wasn't just those grand buildings, the rest of the city was equally advanced and orderly. Districts were neatly organized. Countless residential blocks included multi-story apartment complexes stacked in layers, luxurious mansions with private gardens and ponds, and mysterious buildings whose purposes weren't immediately clear. The city boasted every convenience imaginable, entertainment facilities, shopping complexes, and even amusement parks. And it wasn't all steel and stone. Streams wound their way through the city, eventually flowing into a wide river that cut through the capital's heart. Parks and walking trails dotted the landscape, giving citizens places to breathe and relax. Beyond the urban sprawl, a wide ring of preserved natural zones embraced the city, sandy deserts, snowy alpine peaks though not tall, their summits glistened with frost-murky swamps, small lakes fed by large rivers, and towering ancient forests where the trees rivaled buildings in height. Many demihumans, beastmen, and non-human races who preferred life close to nature, or simply needed it to survive, chose to live in these outer fields rather than within the urban zones. This was Shinshi's first layer, the general residential district, home to thousands of royal citizens. And at that very moment, somewhere in the heart of this great city, Monkey Spanner, the primal high priest, had just returned from the outside world and was beaming with joy. Ah, feels amazing to be back. Letting out a long, deep breath, he clutched a bulging plastic bag, something that couldn't be found anywhere beyond Shinshi. The logo on the bag read, 12Z Mart. He had bought armfuls of canned beer and grilled meat skewers. With some time to kill before the next council meeting, Monkey Spanner fully intended to indulge in the delights of Shinshi, pleasures he hadn't been able to enjoy for over 20 years. With a broad grin, he bit into a juicy skewer and chugged his beer. The refreshing sting down his throat. The sharp tingle of carbonation that hit his nose just right. And the sweet spicy glaze coating the meat, it was everything he missed. Monkey Spanner felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. This is the taste. FWAAAAAHHHH. For 20 years, he'd hidden his true self, played a part among weaklings, endured joyless days, bland food, and suffocating tedium. Now, he was finally drinking and eating in his beloved Shinshi again. Even if it was just cheap food from the general residential area, it was a taste the outside world could never offer. Emotion welled up inside him. He squeezed his eyes shut, a tear escaped from the corner. This was bliss. Pure bliss. He genuinely repented for ever taking this for granted. Back before his mission, he used to live like this every day and still thought it was boring. What a fool he'd been. You must taste hell to appreciate heaven, someone once said, and they were right. Shinshi was heaven, not on earth, but beneath it. A real paradise built by the gods. Oh gods. Oh glorious sovereign. Thank you, truly. He raised another can in praise of the divine ruler who governed this utopia, then tossed aside the empty one and cracked open another. PSSHT. The moment the next can hissed open, the one he tossed hadn't even hit the ground before it began to float and quietly vanished. Well, not vanished exactly. In Shinshi, trash discarded within the city was automatically retrieved and recycled by countless tiny lifeforms that inhabited the environment. No one really knew what they were or where they came from. Monkey Spanner didn't know, and most of Shinshi's citizens probably didn't either. But then again, what did it matter? Things that would cause jaws to drop in the outside world were just another ordinary part of daily life here. And even this, by Shinshi standards, was just average. After all, this was the general residential district. Ah, that hit the spot. Nothing beats my hometown. Clink. Draining the last can and polishing off his skewers, Monkey Spanner picked his teeth with a stick and decided it was time to get moving. Though he walked with a carefree bounce in his step, even humming a cheerful tune, he moved with the speed of the wind. He zipped past a passing Magikarp in an instant, leapt effortlessly between buildings, and quickly arrived at his destination. Been a long time since I came here too. The building labeled, Elevator Terminal, resembled what the old gods once called a subway platform. But in Shinshi, it wasn't for regular travel like bikes, motorcycles, magikars, hovercars, or flight vehicles. Instead, it was a special facility that allowed travel between Shinshi's layers. By law, all vertical movement between Shinshi's strata had to be conducted via these elevators. Any other means of moving between levels was illegal. There were, however, a few rare exceptions, namely, the 12 high priests and certain top-tier officials. These individuals held items known as the zodiac rings, which allowed them to travel freely across Shinshi, including even to the deepest fifth layer where the sanctuary was located. Even then, unless Shinshi faced a true emergency, say, a direct external assault, not even a high priest was permitted to teleport directly to the sanctuary. And even if one possessed a zodiac ring, the law strictly limited which strata one could access based on status. Violating this rule meant having your ring confiscated, your powers and memories sealed, and being permanently exiled. But such restrictions didn't apply to someone like Monkey Spanner. Yet, curiously, instead of using his ring, he chose to take the elevator. As he approached, the catered beast folk receptionist perked up, ears twitching as she quickly bowed her head in panic. Welcome. High Priest. I thought you were still on a long-term assignment in the outside world. I didn't realize your term wasn't up yet. Ah, yeah. Just needed to visit the sanctuary. Gotta head down to the 5th layer. Sorry, but could you depart even if we're not at full capacity? But, High Priest, don't you have a zodiac ring? If so, you could teleport directly to the 5th layer. True, but it's been a while. Figured I'd take it slow today. Anyway, just get it moving, will ya? Why yes. Right away. The receptionist, still stiff with nerves, nodded furiously as Monkey Spanner grinned. In all of Shinshi, how many people could actually refuse a high priest? Within seconds, the elevator began its descent. The passengers already inside fell silent, stealing AWE-filled glances at Monkey Spanner, who now sat back in his seat, completely at ease. The high priests were revered and respected figures in Shinshi. As those who received the closest blessings of the divine, they were beings who had surpassed the limits of their own races. They protected Shinshi with all their strength and wisdom. It was only natural for every citizen to hold them in awe and admiration. Feeling their stares, Monkey Spanner's mind drifted to memories of long ago. 200 years, so much has changed. Back when Shinshi first fell into this world, so many things had happened. Monkey Spanner might not look much different than he did 2 centuries ago, but he knew the truth, both he and Shinshi had changed profoundly since then. Yeah, those days were rough. Monkey Spanner let himself sink into the memory, the moment Shinshi had first descended into this strange world, nearly 2 centuries ago. 10. The Nation Ruled by God 2. Chapter 10. The Nation Ruled by God 2. Back then, everything was under strict control. The 12 high priests focused solely on not disturbing their sleeping god, guarding only the outside of the sanctuary. They paid no attention to the 5 layers outside of the 6th stratum, where the divine sanctuary was located. But as time passed, they were forced to confront a truth: they were still living beings. They were not undead. They needed to eat, to sleep, to excrete. They were level 100 beings who had transcended the limits of life, capable of going long periods without nourishment. But even that had its limits. Lord, I think I'm going to die. We have no choice. It wasn't until the physically weakest among them, the Earth Priest, collapsed on the verge of death that they finally allowed themselves to reinterpret the divine command engraved upon their very souls: you are mine. That command didn't mean they were to rot away in place guarding their god without care for themselves. Rather, it meant they were to safeguard their god by caring for themselves, so they could continue protecting him. It wasn't fear of death that held them back. It was fear that their deaths might somehow disturb their sleeping god. At first, they feared divine wrath for abandoning their posts without permission. But the god did not respond. He remained silent. Asleep. He still slumbers. Then what should we do? His last command was, all of it is mine. That is the will we must follow. In other words, everything in this world must belong to their god. With that realization, the 12 high priests etched their lord's final words into their minds, and moved to act. Their first step was to bring the kingdom under divine rule. The divine citizens, blessed directly by their god, and the subjects of the kingdom, though different in title, all serve the same being, some as god, some as king. With the cooperation of the 3 governors, human, elf, and dwarf, and the 12 high priests, they pacified the chaos that had gripped the kingdom. Next, they turned their attention to the outside world. Cautious not to be reckless, they didn't immediately send people beyond the sanctuary. Instead, the most magically gifted among them, the Earth Priest, performed a super-tier spell, World Detect, through ritual sacrifice. What he discovered shocked them all. This was not the world they once knew. This world was vast, far more expansive than the one they had lived in. Even using super-tier magic, they couldn't begin to comprehend the entire realm, barely a sliver, in fact. Yet the lifeforms within that detectable range were so weak that even a child from Shinshi could defeat them. With their caution slightly eased, they dispatched exploration teams composed of high priests and elite warriors beyond the spell's range to investigate further. And what they discovered was even more staggering. This world was pathetically weak. Most beings in this world, though similar in species and appearance to those they knew, were frail to the point of pity. Worse, the world was filthy and barbaric. Compared to the refined and developed Shinshi, the living conditions outside were crude and uncivilized. A few areas were tolerable, but even then, woefully underdeveloped compared to Shinshi. Yeah, that was a bit much. The world had improved a little since then, now that it had actual nations. But at the time, it had been utter chaos. From their perspective, the evil deities that plagued this realm were little more than feeble monsters. Yet to the people of this world, those beings were apocalyptic forces. Civilizations collapsed. Governments fell. The common folk, fearing discovery by the evil armies, fled to forests and caves, hiding in desperation. Even demihumans and beastkin suffered similar fates. Civilization, in most regions, regressed significantly. After witnessing this, the high priests called off the exploration. While the priests themselves, with their strong minds, were able to withstand the disillusionment, many of the explorers suffered deep emotional trauma. They couldn't believe beings who looked like them could be so savage, so low. Honestly, even I was shaken the first time. It's no wonder others broke. In the end, the high priests convened and reached a conclusion. This world wasn't worthy of being offered to God. Why offer such a miserable world to their God, when they already had Shinshi, his glittering, jewel-like city? Compared to Shinshi, this world was like a pile of gravel. They didn't want their God's radiance to be sullied by such a place. To worship him, to serve him, that was the duty of Shinshi's chosen. And that alone would suffice. That was the conclusion of the very first council of the 12 high priests. From that point onward, they decided to completely sever themselves from the outside world, devoting all their efforts to ensuring the god's slumber would never be disturbed. A rotation of 4 high priests would guard the sanctuary, the closest place to the god himself, while the remaining 8 would oversee the inner workings of Shinshi, keeping it orderly and quiet. Fortunately, even completely isolated, Shinshi was fully self-sufficient. Though buried deep underground, the divine city's layers experienced day and night, weather, and seasonal changes, all thanks to divine blessings, making farming possible. Its second layer held a mineral-rich mine, from which essential resources could be extracted. And that was just the beginning. The agricultural zones, touched by divine favor, produced abundant, high-quality crops in half the time it would take outside, and with minimal maintenance. As for livestock, Shinshi raised beasts so fertile and bountiful in milk, meat, hides, and fur that, by outside standards, they would have been considered fearsome monsters. Even the mines replenished themselves. Once depleted, the minerals would gradually regenerate, as if the earth itself was blessed, allowing for renewed harvest. Shinshi, built and sustained by divine grace, seemed destined for everlasting prosperity in peaceful isolation from the outer world. But that prosperity did not last 30 years. The people of Shinshi, who once believed their utopia to be eternal, split into 2 conflicting factions. And all because of one question. Were you receiving divine grace, or not? It wasn't something that could be objectively measured through science or magic. But the divide was evident. Those blessed by the divine were worshippers of God. They revered the Supreme One as their deity. The others, loyal citizens of the kingdom, honored him as their king. It was a subtle difference, at first. But over time, that difference became impossible to ignore. The God who had transcended even the greatest races possessed infinite life. Those who received his grace, who worshipped him as a deity, began living far beyond their racial lifespans. Take Monkey Spanner, for instance. Despite being of the Apecan race, he had lived over 200 years, his body showing none of the decay typical of someone who had reached or surpassed their natural limit. Without divine grace, he might have survived 200 years as a high-level being. But not like this, healthy, vigorous, without even a hint of aging. Those blessed by the divine simply did not age. There were magic items that suppressed aging by treating it as a debuff, but those only delayed the inevitable. Only the strongest beings could extend their lifespan with such items, and most of Shinshi's residents, who were level 50 or below, couldn't afford that luxury. The first natural death after falling into this world passed without much notice. But as more elderly died, those who wore anti-aging rings, yet still grew too frail to live, rumors began to stir. In one retirement home, filled with elderly who wore such items, one man asked, "Why do only the king's loyalists die of old age, while the god's faithful seem untouched?" At first, everyone thought it was coincidence. But it wasn't. One of the elderly, a devout follower of God, decided to accept death gracefully and removed his anti-aging ring. Days passed. Weeks. And, nothing changed. He didn't age. In fact, he began to feel rejuvenated. His eyes grew sharper. His thoughts clearer. His skin, firmer. And then, he realized the truth. As a high-level mage himself, he understood, the anti-aging ring had not only suppressed his debuffs, but also dulled his body's recovery and revitalization granted by the divine. His body was resisting aging. No, reversing it. The reason? Divine grace. A gift given only to those who worshipped God, not merely served him as king. No way, oh God. Oh great one. My God. I praise you. Ha 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 ha. The old man erupted with joy, dancing with ecstasy. Even an aged fool like himself had received divine blessing. God had not only given his faithful food, shelter, and a glorious civilization, he had granted them time to enjoy it all. God has given us everything. Life, light, glory, and now time itself. He is truly great. I, his faithful subject, shall praise him forever. If he had any presence of mind, he might have recognized the danger in this revelation. He might have gone to the high priests and sought a plan to control the inevitable chaos. But instead, he spread the truth, far and wide, his head overflowing with blind praise and elation. Had we discovered this earlier, perhaps the crisis that followed might have been avoided. This shocking discovery, unnoticed even by the governors and priests managing the kingdom, spread rapidly across the civilized sectors of Shinchi. And with it, came disaster. Sir Monkey Spanner. We've arrived at the 5th layer. It's time to disembark. Already. Monkey Spanner blinked, snapping out of his deep thoughts. He must have been far too engrossed in reminiscing about the past, it had been a while. My apologies for worrying you. Have a pleasant day, Miss Katri. How do you know my name? It's written on your name tag, isn't it? He pointed casually to the badge nestled on her chest, firm and full beneath her neatly fitted uniform. Flushing bright red, Katri instinctively brought both hands up to cover her chest. Monkey Spanner watched her closely. Face, excellent. Figure, also excellent. And like any true citizen of Shinchi, she kept herself well trained, far more pleasing to the eye than the fragile creatures outside. Very nice, Monkey Spanner concluded, mentally stamping her with approval. 20 years ago, someone like her might have barely caught his attention. But after spending so long out in the world, his standards had softened a bit. So sorry for making you uncomfortable. No need to apologize. Since we've met like this, perhaps we could share a meal sometime. I'll contact you later. Ooh, yes. I'll look forward to it. Katri's cheeks flushed even deeper, her breath quickening with excitement. She was, in truth, a successful elite. Knowing not only the nature of a high priest's divine missions but even the duration of their absence, such information wasn't something just anyone in the kingdom could access. Her status as an operator of one of Shinchi's most vital institutions, the interlayer elevator, spoke volumes of her capabilities. And yet, as a royal citizen, forming a personal connection with a divine citizen, let alone a high priest, was virtually unheard of. The citizens of Shinchi prided themselves on being beings of strength and intellect, refined and civilized. They aspired to be better, to reach higher. Thus, those at the peak of both power and wisdom, the high priests, were subjects of reverence for all. Katri was no exception. Well then, until next time. With a light nod, Monkey Spanner exited the elevator, leaving behind a breathless and blushing Katri. He realized he was licking his lips unconsciously. Yes, he would contact her right after the Council of the 12 High Priests ended. After 20 years of self-imposed abstinence in the outside world, Monkey Spanner was, quite frankly, starving. Swallowing back the drool forming at the corners of his mouth, he strode onward, toward the heart of the 5th layer, and beyond it, the special residential sector connected to the 6th layer, where the sanctuary awaited. 11. The Nation Ruled by God 3. Chapter 11. The Nation Ruled by God 3. The 5th layer's, special residential zone, was where the divine citizens resided. Long, long ago, so distant it now seemed like myth, before they ever fell into this world, this place had once been home to the gods themselves. But now, there's no one left. Monkey Spanner sighed quietly, a strange weight in his chest. He remembered those days, vividly, even, but oddly enough, the memories from before their descent into this world felt detached. Like scenes read in an old book or watched in an ancient film. The events were there, but the emotions blurred. The High Priest of Death called this phenomenon a kind of side effect from the fall. But Monkey Spanner wasn't convinced. Still, there was no answer to be found in pondering such things, so he simply shook his head and cast the thoughts aside. He remembered clearly, though. Back when Shinshi, the 12 thrones, stood at their most glorious. When the 12 divine kings reigned supreme, and thousands of gods followed in their wake. When the special residential zone was filled with their divine presence. The gods soared across the 9 realms, and the divine citizens, those like Monkey Spanner, served them. They supported them, fought alongside them, and protected their dreams. But that radiance was now just a memory. A legend etched in history. One by one, the gods left, abandoning their divine cities, their thrones, even their creations. And only one remained, the Dragon King, once the sovereign of the 12 divine thrones. Now, he alone slumbered upon the empty seat of divinity, resting eternally in solitude and sorrow, dreaming perhaps of the gods who had vanished. Thus, the Dragon King became their only god. Though he spoke not a single word, though he neither watched nor judged, though he had simply slept for 200 years, the people of Shinshi all believed. He is with us. All that Shinshi was, all that it had, was given by him. Their God existed, and because he existed, so too did Shinshi. That truth was carved not just into their souls, but into the very core of their being. Because God exists, we exist. Even if he slumbers. Even if he never speaks. As long as he remains with them, that alone was enough. Enough to give meaning to their lives. Enough to let them breathe. Whenever Monkey Spanner recalled that truth, emotion welled within him, nearly unbearable in its intensity. But he pushed it down. He had lost control too many times in the past from overwhelming reverence, and now wasn't the time. Who's there? Seer Monkey Spanner. Welcome, sir. Ah, thank you. May I pass through? Of course. There is no place in all of Shinshi where a high priest is not welcome. The Beastman soldier posted at the gate to the special zone saluted with urgency. Monkey Spanner chuckled and gave the soldier a gentle pat on the head with his massive hand. The sharp ears atop the young man's head twitched at the contact, coarse, prickly fur brushing against his palm. At a glance, one might mistake him for a fox, but he was, in fact, a wolf beastman. Monkey Spanner grinned. Oh, I can think of one place even I'm forbidden, like the King's Hall at the heart of the 6th layer, Wah! That's blasphemy, sir. Such talk. The guard paled instantly. The King's Hall, the sanctum of sanctums, even during the age of the gods, was a place where only the divine king and those granted explicit permission could enter. Even the high priests had no access. In all of Shinshi, there was no space more sacred, more forbidden. Not even Monkey Spanner, or any of the 12 high priests, had entered that throne room since the day the gods vanished and the Dragon King fell into his eternal slumber. Essic words, even from you, are sacrilege, sir. The Dragon King might be angered. Relax. Just a joke. Carry on. Yes, sir. Leaving the trembling, ghost-pale guard behind, Monkey Spanner stepped through the gate. That one was far too mentally green to be guarding this place, he thought with annoyance. Physically, he was strong enough, but his discipline. Lacking. Was he even a divine citizen? Or merely a royal one? If it turned out he was a royal citizen assigned here, someone was going to get a serious reprimand. But then again, what was there to guard down here anymore? No threats. No purpose. Just a post to fill. Still, it really has been a long time. The special residential zone. Once, it had been the realm of the gods. The space where their divine presence danced freely, where miracles were commonplace. Even the general residential zone was enough to leave outsiders breathless, but this place, was something else entirely. A city of dreams, dazzling with impossible colors and heavenly architecture. If the lower layers were a paradise buried underground, then this was something far beyond. A fantasy world that no other place could ever hope to match. This place was, quite literally, a city of the gods. While it was smaller than the general residential zone, the city was empowered by what was known as the housing system, and its capabilities far surpassed anything in the outer districts. One such ability was transformation. The buildings of the special residential zone were not bound by fixed form. As long as spatial boundaries, material limitations, and cost allowed, it could transform freely. A tranquil grove one day could become a transparent glass aquarium the next, and by the third day, a chamber encircled by bubbling lava. Of course, frequent transformations required equivalent offerings. Still, the fact that one could own a space that bent to their will. That alone was already outrageous. Which meant, special use facilities weren't really necessary here. If you needed something, you simply created it. And yet, those who lived here permanently were few. Most divine citizens concealed their status and chose to dwell in the general residential zone. Naturally, if discovered, they'd be dragged back here immediately, and banned from returning for decades, in addition to paying a hefty fine. And still, many tried to escape this fantastical city and flee to the mundane world outside. Of course, they always came back eventually. Because no matter how hard they tried, divine citizens and royal citizens could never truly coexist. No matter how hard they struggled, it was a boundary that could not be crossed. Eventually, they'd give up and return. It was inevitable. To be frank, it was probably heresy, using this sacred space, once graced by the gods, for such selfish purposes. But the gods were long gone. And the one god who remained, the Dragon King, slept soundly, giving no commands. So they made use of it. Because if they didn't separate the divine and the royal, the kingdom would have collapsed into chaos. Phew, things really have changed. Strolling through the dreamlike streets of the special residential zone, Monkey Spanner continued the train of thought he'd begun in the elevator. Only 20 years had passed since his last return, and yet everything from before felt like ancient history. Well, it was technically over 170 years ago, but while living in Shinshi, time had felt suspended. Now that he'd been outside, things that once seemed recent now felt like relics of another era. His perspective had shifted somehow. Monkey Spanner always thought he'd changed a lot during his time outside, but now, facing it like this, it truly hit home. Hey, well, it's all in the past anyway. That's what he told himself. But reminiscing like this inevitably drew him deeper into old emotions. Yes, it had all started when that one undeniable difference emerged between divine citizens and royal citizens. A difference in lifespan. That was when the kingdom was plunged into disaster, into overwhelming chaos. Walking slowly, Monkey Spanner allowed his memories to continue flowing. Flashback begins. No matter how you looked at it, the chaos that followed was unavoidable. Divine citizens, governed by the god's will, received his blessing. Royal citizens, governed by the kingdom, did not. Think about it. Two people of the same race, the same power level, and yet one would wither and die from old age, while the other lived on, unaging, even reversing the clock. How could that possibly feel fair? Sure, someone strong like a high priest could surpass the limits of their race and extend their life. But this was beyond that. A massive research campaign began. Hundreds of magic casters and scholars worked tirelessly to understand the reason. And finally, they discovered it. No, not just discovered it. They uncovered it. And the result, presented by the kingdom's greatest mind, the High Priest of Death, was something so outrageous, it bordered on absurd. 12. The Nation Ruled by God 4. Chapter 12. The Nation Ruled by God 4. No, they had discovered it. The research report submitted by the kingdom's most esteemed scholar, the High Priest of Death, was so absurd it bordered on the unbelievable. Those who serve as divine citizens, in other words, those who offer faith to the god, showed clear differences from those who pledge loyalty to the king. What kind of differences? Their magical patterns contain a divine current, an energy flow that mirrors the god's own. It merges with their own mana structure and stimulates physical transformation. While we demihumans can naturally evolve into higher variants through experience and strength, we can't change into entirely different species. But this divine current seems to interfere at the foundational level of existence, subtly transforming the body, just slightly, into something godlike. We've observed this change in all who truly believe in the god, including us, the high priests. Is that truly possible? We're not talking dozens, but hundreds of people. Without a single exception. Regardless of race. All showing the same phenomenon. How does it even affect their bodies? It is a change in existence. The High Priest of Death didn't even bother wiping the sweat pouring from his face. The extension of lifespan is merely one part of this transformation. Those who are blessed by the god don't just live longer. They're stronger, faster, tireless, even compared to others of the same species and same level. It is as if the god has granted a portion of his divine essence to those who have accepted him as their deity. In simpler terms, what exactly are you saying? Demihumans like us can evolve into higher lifeforms through training and battle, or into special entities along our evolutionary lineage. But the god, he imbues a part of himself into his faithful, fundamentally transforming them. This doesn't just affect demihumans, either. Even humans, who should be incapable of such transformation, are showing changes. It defies all reason. I used to believe I understood this world as a scholar, but now I realize I know nothing of his greatness. Ha ha ha. They had set out to find a solution, yet in the face of the god's overwhelming power, all they felt was helplessness. To think that he could bestow his essence to hundreds of individuals, reshaping their very existence. And that increased lifespan was merely one of many effects. The high priest of death was sweating as if in a storm, and everyone present understood the meaning behind it. It was no ordinary perspiration. It was sweat born from awe, disbelief, and resignation. It was sweat that might as well have been tears. And so, they kept repeating the same question over and over. How can this be real? Because it is real, because it is possible, that is what makes him a god. Ha ha ha, O Divine One, please forgive this lowly creation for daring to try and comprehend your glory. My gods, then that means, there's no solution. There isn't. There never was. Ha ha ha, from the beginning, all our efforts were in vain. Monkey Spanner could still recall the hollow laugh of the high priest as if it had happened yesterday. Though he wasn't particularly bright when it came to scholarly matters, he understood enough. The gods' power was so far beyond their reach, it existed in a completely different realm. There was nothing they could do. So instead of a solution, they chose damage control. Thus came the policy of separation. They began separating the faithful, those who believed in the god, from the rest. Divine citizens and royal citizens were now distinct. And while their races and appearances remained the same, they were now sorted into different social strata. At first, they expected backlash. But time would eventually resolve that. Royal citizens would age and die naturally. Divine citizens, as long as they didn't neglect their training, would continue to grow stronger, live longer, and eventually, the divide would widen all on its own. We're creating discrimination, within the same nation. What choice do we have? Quote. Then we must proceed. It was a grim, dreadful policy. But it was necessary. If they did nothing, riots could erupt. So, before things got out of control, they began a mass survey of magical patterns to identify divine and royal citizens and began the separation. Fortunately, even amidst the growing unrest, the people still trusted their god and honored their king. Their loyalty, for the most part, was unwavering. Most citizens accepted the division quietly. But the real-time bomb had yet to explode. That danger lay with the first generation born in this world. The children born after their descent into this new realm. And they were the true issue. Strangely, the children born after the descent lacked the blind faith or devotion of their predecessors. They obeyed, yes. They followed the god and the laws of the kingdom, but only because their parents did. Their belief was imitation. And so began the next crisis. Yet, amidst the investigation, a new and troubling truth emerged. It wasn't just children born between two royal citizens who were outside the god's blessing, but even those born between a divine citizen and a royal citizen, or even between two divine citizens, were also excluded from receiving the divine grace. On this, the high priest of death offered a speculative explanation. Perhaps, when we fell into this world, the god, concerned for his people amidst an unfamiliar land, used the last of his strength to bestow his grace upon as many of us as possible, before falling into slumber. If that were true, then this entire situation suddenly made more sense. It would explain why even children of blessed parents no longer inherited that grace, because the number of those who could be blessed had been predetermined from the very beginning. But accepting that brought forth an even graver issue. If one of the blessed were to die, would that vacant spot allow someone else to receive the God's grace? Or would it simply vanish, lost forever? In the worst case, people might begin killing one another for the chance to take their place. That must never happen. The kingdom itself could crumble into ruin. And so, this theory, agreed upon by all 12 high priests, was sealed away in strict secrecy. Testing it. Verifying it through experimentation. Impossible. All were children of the god. Performing experiments on the living was unthinkable. Even if they tried, the act would leave traces. It was too dangerous to even consider. Better to bury it forever. Had the divine grace been limited to just the high priests or the kingdom's highest elites, at least there would have been justification, that the god entrusted his power to those most worthy. But this, a blessing randomly scattered across the populace. A divine gift that was indistinguishable from a curse. Even one of the most devoted high priests had once whispered in bitter doubt. Is this truly a blessing, or is it a trial? Regardless, with no solutions in sight, they did what had to be done. As decided in the council, the population was officially divided. divine citizens and royal citizens. The two classes were never to mix again. Those identified as divine citizens were relocated to the empty fifth stratum, the city once home to the gods, now repurposed as a special residential zone. The royal citizens remained on the first stratum, living as they always had. With that, the crisis appeared, at least on the surface, to be contained. But it only seemed that way. Why? How could our parents accept such an absurd decision so easily? We won't stand for it. Adults who let gods divide people are the ones who need fixing. Even before the segregation was fully complete, it happened. A rebellion, led by the first generation of children born in this new world. They rejected the division between citizen classes. They refused to be separated from their parents and friends. From a human standpoint, it made sense. But in a worsening political climate, it became nothing more than a riot, one that had to be put down. The high priests quickly deployed the kingdom guard to suppress the insurrection. Though it was quelled swiftly, by the time order was restored, a number of children had already slipped past the gates and escaped into the outside world. But with all of Shinchi engulfed in confusion, no one had realized it in time. No one had imagined that the citizens would ever defy the kingdom. The populace had always obeyed their superiors, had always followed the kingdom's laws and the gods' will without question. Even the high priests were stunned. Why would the people disobey the kingdom? After all, the citizens were born from the gods' design and were meant to serve and obey the state. To live as a person, yes, that was a blessing. But this city itself, Shinchi, was a divine miracle, a gift from the god. To enjoy that miracle, loyalty to the god was mandatory. And yet, those children. While the rulers were still caught in confusion, the children had vanished beyond their reach. It wasn't until over a decade later that the separation between divine and royal citizens was finally complete. Only after capturing and re-educating the remaining troublemakers did the high priests finally begin to breathe easy again. But then came a new wave of panic. After all, these children were still born and raised in Shinchi. Every child in Shinchi, during basic education, trained their bodies in the small dungeon adjacent to the second stratum's mines. Upon adulthood, depending on one's vocation, they would continue their development in the larger dungeons of the third and fourth strata. Even basic training alone gave them strength and skills far beyond what the outside world would consider normal. So their safety was never the issue. The real threat was something else entirely. Outside this city, there are beings dangerous enough to threaten even our level of strength. It's late, but we must dispatch a search party and bring the children back, immediately. Yes, and not just for their safety. Don't forget, the real problem is what happens if they reveal the truth about Shinchi and the god. The children who had fled lacked proper reverence for the divine, and their loyalty to Shinchi was weak at best. If any of them were to speak openly about the existence of the city or the god, it could provoke war. Surely you've studied the history of the outside world. You've seen the legends. We could end up like the 8 Greed Kings. The history of the outside world, preserved only in myths and legends, was still known by the high priests. And they knew that those stories were far closer to the truth than the rest of the world believed. Just as their own God had fallen into this world with his people, it was entirely possible that other divine beings had descended elsewhere with their followers and territories. The stories of the 6 great gods and the 8 Greed Kings were not just fairy tales. They were warnings. The reason for the 100-year gap is still unclear, but one thing remains certain: the actions of the 8 Greed Kings were undeniably problematic. They declared war upon this world, seeking to conquer it and place it beneath their feet. In response, the guardians of this realm, creatures who, while inferior to the gods, still possessed formidable power, rose to resist them. These were the Dragon Kings. After a fierce and devastating war, the 8 Greed Kings initially defeated the Dragon Kings. However, infighting broke out among their own ranks, and in the aftermath, the recovering Dragon Kings launched a counterattack and wiped them out completely. Though the tale sounds more like legend than history, evidence of its truth remains. When the Greed Kings descended upon this world, they resided in a floating fortress, an enormous structure in the sky. A scouting party managed to confirm its existence. With such undeniable proof, it became clear: the 6 great gods and 8 Greed Kings were godlike beings who, like the denizens of Shinchi, had descended into this world. And now, if those runaway fools who fled into the outside world ever spoke carelessly about Shinchi, they might very well repeat the fate of the Greed Kings. Though those kids never declared war or sought to rule the world, there was no telling how the Dragon Kings, guardians of this world, might perceive them. Having once been threatened, they might take action before disaster could bloom again. Even if war erupted, Shinchi had no intention of losing, but disturbing the slumber of the god. That was something to be avoided at all costs. A rescue team, or rather, a pursuit unit, was quickly assembled. They began tracking down the runaways. Under the High Priest of Earth's World Search, which could cast suprematier magic through ritual sacrifice, the fugitives were apprehended one by one. And yet, several remained missing. Fearing the possibility that rumors about Shinchi might spread, the pursuit unit, unable to return until the threat was eliminated, searched with burning determination, prepared, if necessary, to slaughter every intelligent life form in the vicinity of any rumor's source. What do we do now? We can't track them any further. They've probably acquired some artifact to avoid detection. Damn it, if it's come to this, we have no choice. This is a game of patience, either they break, or we do. I'll stay behind until every last one of them is caught or disappears from this world for good. So swore Dragon High Priest Drake, grinding his teeth. To carry out this mission, he used Heideer transformation magic to mask his true form, assuming the guise of a human and blending into the outside world as an adventurer. Before long, he had established his own organization. Thus was born Dragon's Dream, an adventurer guild formed out of necessity, created to monitor the outside world without exposing Shinchi's full strength. There was even talk of founding a nation to support this purpose, but managing Shinchi was already taxing enough. Creating a kingdom on top of that was deemed too burdensome and was ultimately abandoned. After all, for sweeping reconnaissance across the continent, no cover identity worked better than that of an adventurer. Additionally, by leveraging their fame and strength, they could lure local talent to serve as informants. A single genius can achieve what 100 mediocrities cannot. But 100 mediocrities may notice things that even a genius overlooks. Since Shinchi couldn't afford to spare too many personnel, this compromise was unavoidable. Years passed in that fashion. Drake roamed the continent under his adventurer identity, scouring the land. And then, one day, someone found him. Are you the one who represents Shinchi, the one fallen from Yggdrasil? A suit of armor. Empty, yet moving, and clearly sentient. This being had captured several long-lost fugitives and delivered them, tightly bound. They suspected it to be a messenger, or perhaps an avatar, sent by some distant observer. It introduced itself. I am Synopsis Vasion. In this world, they call me the Platinum Dragon Lord. I've brought these children. In exchange, I would like to speak with you. That day marked the first true exchange between Shinchi and the outside world. As a faint shimmer of platinum light reflected in the distance, Monkey Spanner murmured, pulled from his thoughts. TCH, what are the odds? I was just thinking about that bastard, and now here he is, showing up like a ghost. Well, not that it's surprising. After all, that animated suit of armor is practically a ghost. He's the only member of the 12 high priests who wasn't born in Shinchi. The only one still actively maintaining contact with the outside world. His name. The ridiculously long Synopsis Vasion, otherwise known by his ostentatious title, the Platinum Dragon Lord. But to those who've earned his trust, he allows them to call him by a surprisingly cute nickname. And of course, he sits among Shinchi's 12 high priests. Oi. Cha. Been a while, huh? 13. The Nation Ruled by God 5. Chapter 13. The Nation Ruled by God 5. Ah, Monkey Spanner, it's you. Cha. The platinum armor turned its head to look at Monkey Spanner. The movement was as smooth and natural as that of a living creature. Just from that alone, one could tell how extraordinary the magic imbued in this armor was. When one thinks of animated armor, the monster known as a living armor usually comes to mind. But this was on a completely different level. A portion of its consciousness, a fragment of its soul, had been infused into it, allowing it to transmit visual, auditory, and even empathic senses in real time, even to the point of synchronization. And in this entire world, only the Platinum Dragon Lord, Synopsis Vasion, could perform such a feat. Monkey Spanner approached casually and knocked on the helmet of the platinum armor with ease. Though the armor had a built-in sound nullifying spell, when Monkey Spanner tapped it, the clanking echoed like he was banging on a metal can. It was the effect of great invalidation, nullifying all magical effects. It's been a while, hasn't it? Has it really been 10 years since I last visited? Ah, I believe it's been about that long. That alcohol you brought with you last time, I drank it well. It was quite delicious. It had been decades since I consumed anything beyond necessity, and it reminded me of a long-forgotten sensation. Well, that's what happens when you hold yourself up for hundreds of years. Stay in one place too long and your senses start going dull. You should get out more, have some fun, you know. Unfortunately, that's not something I can do. I have a duty to guard the seal on the Sky Fortress. It's a responsibility given to me as a Dragon Lord, something I cannot entrust to just anyone. Well, yeah, TCH, you're right. Can't just hand that kind of thing over to anyone. I get it, I get it. Poor guy. Clicking his tongue, Monkey Spanner gave the platinum armor a look of sympathy. A soft chuckle came from within the seams of the armor. What's funny? Haha, I never thought I'd be pitied. In all the centuries I've lived, I've never once been pitied by another. Sindorux found himself unexpectedly amused. He was the Platinum Dragon Lord, hailed as one of the strongest beings in the world, and yet these people were probably the only ones who could look him in the eye and offer sympathy without flinching. What? You don't like it? Want me to apologize? No need. You all have treated me as an equal, and I've done the same. There's no need to apologize. Besides, even I have moments where I lament my situation. To be seen as an equal meant being someone who, while fearsome as an enemy, could also be a friend if communication was possible. Sindorux had confirmed that through them, though they had fallen from Yggdrasil, a power that tainted this world, they were not like the 8 greed kings. If anything, they resembled the 6 great gods who had once brought prosperity to humanity 600 years ago. The players among the 13 heroes who helped defeat the remnants of the evil deities 200 years ago were far weaker by comparison, hardly worth mentioning. And now, even those players had been absorbed into Shinshi. Sindorux did not regret it. The beings of Yggdrasil should be with others like themselves. At first, there had been plans to leave behind many descendants of players in this world to raise the overall power level. But after seeing these people, that plan was scrapped. No matter how many minor copies are produced, they can never compare to the real thing. For hundreds of years, the slain theocracy had tried desperately to secure the descendants of what they called Godkin players, but only a handful had turned out to be usable forces. And even those were nothing compared to these beings, and acquiring them had required enormous luck and time. Even if they were from Yggdrasil, they were still, at their core, living beings. Sershana was an exception, but even he, in that form, still acted and thought like a living being. In other words, aside from the powers they possessed, they weren't much different from the countless beings living on this continent. Their way of thinking may be alien, but they are still people, not necessarily beings that always pollute or destroy the world. The 6 great gods were like that, and so were the 13 heroes. The shock brought by the 8 greed kings had been so great that Sindorux admitted he may have been too obsessive in his thinking. In fact, that player had fallen into despair after slaying another player during the evil deity's subjugation, but after coming to Shinshi, he had gradually recovered. Lost in thought, Sindorux didn't notice Monkey Spanner casually slinging an arm over the shoulder of the armor, frowning as he noticed dents and tears in various spots. Hey, what's with this armor? It looks like it's been through hell. Did you fall off the Sky Fortress while goofing around or something? Oh, this. I've been traveling the continent in this form recently, and I happened to get into a fight. Took quite a bit of damage in that battle. It's still not fully repaired. But I don't have any other way to move around outside, so I had no choice but to show up in this sorry state. My apologies if I've caused any offense. Even if it's not your true body, Cha, you're telling me there's someone out there who could actually fight you in that armor. Monkey Spanner frowned slightly. He knew very well how powerful the Platinum Dragon Lord was. After all, he had occasionally played with him during visits. Perhaps in the outside world, he could be called the strongest. He could even go toe-to-toe with the battle-specialized divine officials, which was likely why they acknowledged Cha in the first place. I was planning to bring that up at today's meeting. I know you're the one who called for it, but I had also asked Drake several times recently if a meeting could be held. I think it's probably closely related to your purpose as well. Yeah, then let's head down now. Maybe the others are already waiting. Probably not. The 4 permanent members seem to be waiting, but Drake said the other divine officials are finishing up tasks on the upper floors before coming down. Then we should wait a bit. Not like we've got anything better to do, and it's better to go together than to head down and just sit there. What about you, Cha? I agree. I'd rather not stay down there too long anyway. The platinum armor shook its head, and Monkey Spanner let out a snort of laughter. What, you're still scared? Sorry. I'm not one of your citizens, and I don't follow your god's faith, so I just can't get used to it. Honestly, it's amazing to me how you all can stay there looking so happy. The great monkey spanner, will generously forgive that comment, but if Drake had heard it, he might have dragged you straight to the combat training grounds for blasphemy. As Monkey Spanner's expression darkened, Sindorux let out a soft laugh and took a step back. Indeed, his words had been a bit risky. Even after observing their blind devotion to God for over 150 years, he had still made such a slip. He needed to reflect on that. My apologies. It's fine. Anyway, I'm heading out to grab some food. I've been outside so long, I've almost forgotten what my house in the special residential zone looks like. Looks like we've got some time before the others arrive, so I'm off. Normally, Monkey Spanner would have asked, "Wanna come with me?" With a cheerful grin, but today, he just walked off with a flick of his coat. Sindorux absent-mindedly scratched the side of his helmet with the platinum armor's fingers. Yes, he really needed to reflect. For someone several centuries old, such a mistake was embarrassing. Thankfully, Monkey Spanner was relatively mild-mannered. If it had been Drake, he might have smashed the armor halfway to scrap. Well, I suppose I should count myself lucky. Sindorux sighed. It had already been 150 years. Yes, 150 years since their ties had begun, and yet he still couldn't understand them. It wasn't just the difference between Yggdrasil and this other world, it was that he simply could not comprehend them. He had once met a player from the 13 heroes. From them, he'd learned that they weren't beings from Yggdrasil, but rather, that Yggdrasil itself was a fictional construct, something from a world that had created it. Thanks to that, Sindorux had acquired a certain degree of common knowledge about this world. But even with that, this city seemed fundamentally contradictory to him. It was similar in some ways to the hometown the 13 heroes described, but also vastly different. Though the citizens were oppressed by strict control and religious dogma, within that limited framework, they were granted virtually infinite freedom. In contrast, most humans in the outer world, outside, as they called it, likely didn't even enjoy a fraction of that liberty. They suppressed the fundamental instincts of humans but allowed unrestricted freedom in everything else. Was this what life in Yggdrasil had been like? Sindorux had met players who'd fallen into this world, including the 8 Greed Kings, the 13 heroes, and others. From them, he understood that there were significant differences between their hometown and Yggdrasil. Which is why he had never been able to get a complete picture of daily life in Yggdrasil. In that sense, the lifestyle of those who fell into this world as a large group was incredibly valuable data. And these people were strong. If the Platinum Dragon Lord had done anything in his life worth patting himself on the back for, it would be this, reaching out and initiating conversation with them first. That alone was a worthy deed. The world should be thankful to him for that. It was truly a valuable act. They were strong. Incredibly strong. In terms of sheer force, they were a far greater threat than the 8 Greed Kings who once endangered the world. Though the 8 Greed Kings also descended into this world with their loyal vassals, their scale didn't even come close to this group. If we set the standard of world's strongest at 100, then there were at least 15 individuals among them who hit that 100 mark. Dozens more hovered just below. Hundreds more landed in the 60 to 70 range. And even the general population, the civilians, were mostly over 50, with children still in education easily surpassing 30. It was absurd, beyond comprehension. The average hero among humans was estimated to be around level 30. His own friend, Rigrit, once counted among the 13 heroes, had taken 250 years to reach around level 50. Yet here, even the idle, unemployed types with nothing better to do were above level 50. That there were not hundreds, but thousands of such beings. When Sindorux first learned this truth, he couldn't help but let out a hollow laugh. This was far beyond excessive. This world had already long surpassed what it could handle. Even if the Dragon Kings were to unite, the outcome wouldn't change. They might be able to inflict damage, but complete annihilation. Impossible. Far too many Dragon Kings were lost during the subjugation of the 8 Greed Kings. With their current strength, it was unfeasible. Thankfully, these beings seemed to prefer living among themselves. They had no interest in invading or conquering the outside world. Their primary concern was the god they served. Everything else was of little importance to them. It did irritate him somewhat that they treated this world like garbage, but if that indifference meant they'd leave it alone, he welcomed it. And when it came to those they acknowledged, be it himself or others with worthy strength, they showed due respect and proper treatment. In that regard, he held them in high regard. At least they weren't entirely closed off. But I still can't let my guard down. They were trustworthy. But the god they worshipped, that, he could not help but remain skeptical of. These people fell into this world 200 years ago. Even considering the hibernation cycles of dragons, that would be only a few years, decades at most. Yet this god of theirs had been asleep for centuries. At this point, the very existence of that being became questionable. But Sindorux knew, their god was real. He hadn't seen the entity directly, but through earnest prayers and their careful arrangements, he was permitted to approach beyond a door, and feel a fragment of its presence. Even without witnessing it directly, Sindorux felt a surge of instinctual terror through the armor. It was overwhelming. That being was a catastrophe. It was a power that should not exist. It was a presence that must never step outside. If it slumbered, then it must never awaken. It was, in the truest sense of the word, a calamity. The so-called Dragon Kings of Destruction. A joke by comparison. The true harbinger of annihilation resided there. Sindorux had felt only a sliver of the aura seeping through the heavily layered magical seals on that door, conveyed to him through his armor from a great distance, and yet, he'd leapt to his feet without realizing it. The terror and chill had caused every scale on his body to bristle. He had never felt such pressure even from his father, the Dragon Emperor. It didn't feel like an individual being, but rather as if an entire world was coiled in one place. The fear was so immense he had nearly lost his mind and committed an unforgivable mistake. It was a fear unlike anything he'd experienced, not even when fighting against the 8 Greed Kings. A true embodiment of dread was sealed within that place. If it had been asleep for 200 years, he prayed it would remain so until the end of the world. The fear left behind from that moment was seared into his memory. Even now, it shook him. It was that lingering fear that caused him to slip up in his conversation with Monkey Spanner. Just thinking about that existence made his thoughts spiral into chaos. And it wasn't just the power of this god that posed a problem. If this god were to awaken, and if it decided to rule this world as the 8 Greed Kings once attempted to, then these currently docile beings would obey without question. He knew this from experience. The vassals of players were absolutely loyal to their masters. That loyalty would not falter, even after experiencing death multiple times. While the later generations might not display such unshakable loyalty, the first ones who fell into this world were already more than enough of a threat. That was why Sindorux, whenever he interacted with them, always maintained a friendly demeanor, but deep down, it felt like he was walking a tightrope. Currently, these beings were completely harmless to this world. In fact, in some ways, they were even beneficial. But if the worst were to happen, if their god awakened, they could easily become an unimaginable disaster. Sindorux was both terrified and grateful that he stood on the front lines of that possibility. 14. The Nation Ruled by God 6. Chapter 14. The Nation Ruled by God 6. If they had been ordinary people, they might have provoked them. If it were the Holy Kingdom, they would have probably antagonized these beings who make no distinction between Ains and humans. And if that had happened, it wouldn't be surprising if the world had ended that very day. But because he was the one who first discovered their existence, and because he was the one who first approached them with a gift and sought dialogue, the relatively peaceful future they now enjoy was made possible. Even though it's a fragile peace that could shatter the moment their god awakens, he was still grateful that the world had remained crisis-free for over a century. With that in mind, Sindorux looked out toward the figures approaching from afar. Monkey Spanner, who had said he was going home for a meal, apparently brought friends instead. People with the appearances of beasts, snake, bird, horse, sheep, were all dragging him along. As he was dragged, Monkey Spanner waved frantically at Sindorux with a sour face. Hey, Cha. Bad luck for me, huh? Everyone was just on their way down. I didn't get to eat, but since we're all here, guess I can't help it. But I'd be grateful if you lent a hand. I understand the situation. Good work, Monkey Spanner. You bastard. With a face that screamed, traitor, Monkey Spanner struggled, but the hands holding him didn't budge. Naturally, those holding him were also high priests who had surpassed mortal limits like Monkey Spanner. He might be able to shake off one of them, but with several working together, not even Monkey Spanner could escape. Not only did you fail to set a proper schedule for the 12 High Priests Conference, but you also tried to just casually show up after goofing off. Not happening, not while I still draw breath, Monkey Spanner. With slitted eyes and scales covering his entire body, Serpent High Priest Orochi barked at him. Already annoyed with how busy things were, this damn monkey had pushed his last nerve. Stirring up trouble and then trying to sneak in some playtime. Absolutely unacceptable. At that moment, West High Priest Kima shot him a snide remark. If that's the case, dirt's probably already gotten into your eyes, Orochi. This guy came down after playing to his heart's content in the general residential area. I hear he even flirted with an employee while riding the elevator. What? How do you know that? Did you forget I oversee surveillance in the general residential zone? What a shame, Orochi. Looks like the dirt already made it into your eyes after all. Damn it. Just come quietly, monkey. Resist and I'll use you as experimental material. Hey, come on. That's going way too far. If you don't shut that mouth, I might just drag you to the lab right now. What will it be? When Orochi's vertically slitted pupils gleamed, Monkey Spanner stiffened. The overwhelming pressure of the Snake Beastman's high-level racial skill Serpent Eye was enough to freeze Monkey Spanner in place. It didn't have much effect physically, but Orochi was notorious for holding grudges. If he resisted, he might really end up hauled off to a lab without anyone noticing. Monkey Spanner clamped his mouth shut. Now silent, the other high priests resumed dragging him along. Then Kima, seeing Sindorux, spoke up. Hey, Cha. Long time no see. Been, what, 80 years? How have you been, Kima? Busy as ever on this end. Unlike those brutes who get by on brute force, my job's to use my head. Well, maybe that's not something I should be telling you. Kima fluttered his pitch-black, round ears. Every time Sindorux saw him, he couldn't understand how this guy was supposed to be a rat beastman. His body was covered in short, jet-black fur, his ears were large and round, almost the size of his face, and the skin on his face was flesh-toned and indistinguishable from a human's. At the tip of his sharply pointed nose was a moist, round button nose, like that of a canine. No matter how you looked at him, he didn't resemble a rat. When Sindorux voiced this thought, the other high priests all averted their eyes. According to them, Kima's appearance was a type of seal, and one must never attempt to describe him in detail or dare to speak his true name. If someone were to recognize Kima's true name, they said, Shinji might vanish without a trace. What the hell could be so terrifying? That's because Kima's true name is Shinshi's highest level classified information. In truth, Kima's name is 5 syllables long, but the gods were so terrified of the power hidden in those 5 syllables that they sealed it by shortening his name to just 2. I've heard that story too. But none of us actually know Kima's real name. Maybe the gods know, but even they never told us. And together, they all said, if the seal on Kima's true name were ever broken, the coming destruction would spare no one in Shinshi. Apparently, that's what the gods who have since departed always warned. Sindorux wondered if it was okay that such important information was being shared with him. When he asked, they simply replied that none of them knew the name anyway, so it didn't matter. It was a bit disappointing to Sindorux. That name could have been a crucial card in controlling them in an emergency. As Sindorux looked at Kima with a touch of wistful curiosity, Kima spoke in a slightly irritated tone. Anyway, we're heading down. You coming? Actually, we're the last ones left. Let's go together. Understood. Good. With long strides, Kima took the lead, followed by the other high priests dragging Monkey Spanner. Sindorux, as usual, quietly brought up the rear. The group arrived at the center of the special residential zone and entered an elevator whose doors opened to reveal no one inside. From here on out was sacred ground, territory of the temple. Only high priests, the kingdom's top executives, and the specially permitted outsider Sindorux were allowed entry. Inside the slowly descending elevator, Sindorux suppressed the slight trembling of his body as a familiar presence began to press upon him. The fear he'd felt the first time, so intense it seeped into his true body beyond spatial boundaries, threatened to rise again. But he repressed it. These were not enemies. They were not a threat. They were friendly, cooperative allies. At least for now, they were. So he forced his body to calm down and hid any thoughts of resistance. Let's go. At last, the elevator stopped and the doors opened. Compared to levels 1 through 5, the 6th layer was much smaller. In the middle of the darkness, a vast temple gleamed softly with a chilling silver light. That was the sacred temple where their god resided, and also the location of the 12 high priests' conference chamber. As they entered, there was only one simple, short hallway. The high priests and Sindorux walked through it, opened the door, and stepped into a large room devoid of furniture or decorations. At the center, taking up half the space, was a single round table with chairs surrounding it. There were 16 chairs in total. 10 of them were already occupied. The newcomers each found their respective seats and sat down. From the West High Priest to the Money High Priest, the 12 High Priests who governed Shinshi. The 3 human race executives who ruled over the kingdom, Human Governor, Elf Governor, and Dwarf Governor. And finally, the special external member, Platinum Dragon Lord Sindoruk's Vasion. Each of them possessed enough power to shake the world. Sindoruk's was certain, if those gathered here combined their strength, they could destroy the world. Once all seats were filled, the silent chairperson, Supreme High Priest and highest of the 12, the Dragon High Priest Drake, opened his mouth. Well then, no absences. All 16 are present. In that case, shall we begin the 12 High Priests Conference? 15. The Council of the 12 High Priests 1. Chapter 15. The Council of the 12 High Priests 1. The solemn voice of High Priest Drake echoed through the council chamber, announcing the opening of the Council of the 12 High Priests. A moment later, he raised his hand. Before we move on to the main agenda, there's something I'd like to bring up, if that's alright with everyone. Drake's majestic gaze swept across the room. But the others subtly avoided his eyes. They already had an idea of what he was going to say. Seeing this, Drake sighed. He would still say it, but once again, it was unlikely that his hopes would be fulfilled. I'm talking about my position as Chief High Priest. Isn't it time I passed it on to someone else? Drake spoke carefully, watching everyone's reactions. I've held this position for over 100 years now. It's becoming a bit much, honestly. Every department runs smoothly without me, and I don't see a real reason for me to keep holding onto this seat. He glanced around sheepishly as he continued. The seat of the Chief High Priest, the de facto ruler of Shinshi and the highest position of authority in the city, a title that represents divine will. And yet, Drake wanted to step down from that very position. Even Platinum Dragon Lord Sindoruk's Vasion, seated among them as an external guest, subtly observed the room. In Shinshi, aside from the deity sleeping beyond the sealed gates deep within the sanctum, the Chief High Priest held the highest authority. His intentions could sway the direction of the entire city. So, gauging the room's atmosphere was essential. But Sindoruk's wasn't too worried. After all, this wasn't the first time Drake had tried to resign. He'd been making similar attempts for over 100 years, every time a council meeting was held. I've been sitting in this seat for almost 200 years now. It's really starting to take a toll on me. I don't think I'm capable of bearing this burden anymore. So, is there anyone willing to take over? Quote. Quote. Drake's sharp eyes darted around, but the other high priests all looked away, feigned distraction, or even pretended to doze off. Yes, it was the highest seat of authority in Shinshi. But with that power came a crushing weight of responsibility. And yet, being able to wield the divine will of their god, who, while real, had been sleeping for the past 2 centuries, should have been attractive to most. But to these people, it wasn't. They weren't ordinary people. They were once NPCs. Their way of thinking differed greatly from the common folk. Their foremost loyalty was to the god they revered. But that god, after proclaiming, "All of it is mine," had fallen into a deep slumber, giving no further instructions. The city of Shinshi had continued to operate without divine direction ever since. That meant the Chief High Priest, Drake, who ruled as a proxy of the divine, had to make decisions with no guidance, and bear the consequences. That uncertainty, the constant fear that their god might one day awaken and pass judgment, made his position spiritually and mentally taxing. If their god awoke, saw what had become of Shinshi, a city with rigid hierarchies among what were supposed to be equally owned subjects, and was displeased, who would be held responsible? The Chief High Priest, of course. That's why everyone avoided the position. Worse still, as the highest authority, Drake hadn't enjoyed a proper break in over a century. While others rotated through periods of rest, he had been endlessly working. Not even a superhuman species like a dragonkin could endure such pressure forever. Still, no one volunteered to take his place. And as always, there's one idiot in every meeting who doesn't read the room. MMMPHH. If you don't keep that mouth shut, I'll toss you in the incubator the moment this meeting ends. I don't care how long your species lives, monkey. Monkey Spanner groaned pitifully, but his entire body was tied up so tightly he couldn't move an inch. Beside him, the Serpent High Priest clenched his tail around Monkey Spanner's bindings, grinding his teeth. This wasn't the first time the damn monkey had caused a scene. At a past council meeting, when Drake made a similar resignation attempt, Monkey Spanner had blurted out, "Then I'll do it." 3 days later, after doing absolutely no work and abusing his authority to goof off in the residential district, Monkey Spanner was captured by the council, bound with all sorts of seals and constraints, and tossed into a zoo exhibit. After a vote, the position of chief high priest was forcefully returned to Drake. Having his long-awaited vacation cancelled and being forced back into the role of chief high priest, Drake, now at his limit, resisted with half-crazed determination, invoking his veto power. Yet when the other priests began spouting things like, "For the sake of the god," he ended up throwing a childish tantrum, even tearing up a little. In the end, he had no choice but to resume his position once again. Afterward, the other priests did their best to reduce his burden, and only thanks to their efforts was the current system even sustainable. Still, Drake hadn't given up completely. He continued trying to pass off his position, making multiple attempts just like this one over the years. Glancing around the chamber once again, Drake let out a long sigh. Well, no helping it. I'll keep doing it, this time too. The other high priests visibly relaxed at those words. Drake sighed again, this time in quick succession, watching their reactions. "Oh God, forgive your pitiful servant. It seems I must suffer through a few more decades of this hell." But he hadn't given up. One day, he would shove this crushing responsibility onto someone else. Specifically, he had his eyes on the Serpent Priest, Earth Priest, or the West Priest. Those three were the ones who had bound Monkey Spanner during his little rebellion and forced Drake back into the chief high priest's seat. Drake swore to himself that someday they would experience firsthand the heavy burden of being closest to the divine. Once the brief commotion passed and the tense atmosphere had loosened a bit, Drake subtly glanced around and spoke again. "Now then, shall we get to the real agenda? The matter for which this meeting was called." Cha. At the call of his name, Synopsis Vasion, also known as the Platinum Dragon Lord, stood. Clad in armor, no, his body was armor, he would normally have drawn attention. But in this chamber, there were others even more eye-catching, so his appearance didn't stand out all that much. Besides, everyone present already knew him. Across the entire world, only a few dozen individuals could refer to him by nickname, and most of them were seated right here. Just by looking at Monkey Spanner, Orochi, and Drake, it was obvious, everyone here addressed him with casual familiarity. To begin, as you all know, I am Platinum Dragon Lord Synopsis Vasion. May I speak? Whatever. Just get on with it, cha. Hurry it up, cha. Complaints echoed from all sides, but Synopsis pressed on undeterred. Prior to this meeting, I requested several times that Drake convene the Council of High Priests. The topic is the cycle, that is, the Yggdrasils that fall into this world every 100 years. I'm referring to beings like yourselves. Well, no need for lengthy explanations. It'll be quicker to just show you. Synopsis pulled his hand from within his armor, revealing a magic crystal glowing with 7 iridescent colors. Normally, magic crystals are used to seal and preserve specific spells so that someone other than the caster can activate them. But this one had a different function, it stored a video projection. Because Synopsis' current form was just a suit of armor inhabited by his consciousness, not his true body, he couldn't directly project memories via magic. So he had pre-recorded footage into the crystal in advance. This is footage I recorded a few months ago during my travels. I encountered and briefly clashed with what I believe to be an anomalous entity. Let's watch it together. Synopsis slid the crystal into the center of the round table. The crystal activated, emitting a gentle light, and the recording began to play. Since it was recorded from Synopsis' perspective, his armored form wasn't visible. Instead, the screen showed vast skies and the Earth flying past at high speed, as if from someone soaring through the air. Had it gone on a little longer, some of the priests might have started complaining out of boredom, but what Synopsis wanted to show appeared almost immediately. As the view flew above a forest canopy, something caught his attention. A blood-red aura, or perhaps, malice incarnate, was a more fitting description, rose into the heavens, pulsing with a wicked and ominous energy. Invisible to the average person, but not to Synopsis. The red aura surged like a spear piercing the sky. Alarmed by its ominous intensity, he instinctively veered toward the source. Before long, Synopsis' flight brought him to the source of that rising ominous aura, and what he saw there was strange indeed. In the heart of a remote forest clearing, utterly out of place, stood a young girl clad in an extravagantly ornate dress. What is this? From a human perspective, she would be considered breathtakingly beautiful. Her dress, dyed deep crimson and adorned with frilly pink lace, was rich in fabric and detail. Her doll-like skin was pale as snow, and her eyes shimmered with the crimson hue of blood. Long silver hair cascaded down her back, partially hidden beneath a hood attached to her dress. Large pink and purple striped ribbons decorated her hair like something from a noble's portrait. Everything about her appearance was elegant, refined, more suited to a royal estate or ballroom than the middle of a forest. But to Syndorux's eyes, there was nothing fragile or helpless about her. That blood-red aura shot skyward, radiating a clear and undeniable sense of evil. And in one hand, the girl gripped a massive weapon, one that clashed bizarrely with her delicate appearance. HMPH, now that's unusual. Who? A few of the high priests murmured in awe. The weapon she held was bizarre, less like a spear and more like a conical mass of jagged edges. From its violent, spike-studded blade extended ornate rings in a round purple core, as if more ornament than armament. A thick grip encased her hand, and on the spear's opposite end, heavy cables snaked from it, vanishing beneath the ribbons and into her dress. It was magnificent, yet impractical, or so it seemed. Despite that, several priests gasped softly at its presence, though something about it unsettled Syndorux. He let the recording play on. Who are you? Where do you come from? What are you? Do you refuse to speak? Or do you not understand me? Say anything. Anything at all. Syndorux called out to the girl. But the girl said nothing. Her eyes, those blood-red eyes, stared directly at him, yet there was no recognition in them. No feeling. No will. No thought. It was as if she was observing something meaningless. A doll. Eventually, he realized there was no point in asking. He began to slowly approach. He had intended to examine her more closely, though the aura was undoubtedly sinister, he did not plan to strike first. But the moment he stepped closer, the girl moved. With zero hesitation, she drove the massive spear into his shoulder. The weapon, despite its extravagant design, pierced through the numerous magical wards embedded in his armor, bypassing defenses that should have held against even divine attacks. Staggered by the blow, Syndorux shot into the sky, summoning his weapons. As the girl soared after him, brandishing the monstrous lance, he retaliated, unleashing a barrage of magical weapons that slammed her into the earth. What followed was several minutes of brutal combat, devastating the entire area. The girl batted away his attacks with unnatural ease, each swing of her lance slicing through the enchanted weapons that Syndorux prided himself on. Even his armor was left scarred by her strikes. The force of the battle raised the forest floor. His scattered weapons returned from all directions, forming a relentless storm of steel, while Syndorux himself launched a direct assault, finally driving a blade into her stomach. The injury was deep. Yet in less than a few seconds, the wound sealed as if it had never been. It wasn't healing magic. It was regeneration, innate and terrifying. A regenerative ability far surpassing even trolls. And to his horror, he saw her spilled blood flow backward, as if reversing time, slipping back into her body. It was then that Syndorux realized the truth. A vampire. He continued his assault a while longer, but quickly grasped the futility of fighting in his armor form. If the battle continued, he risked losing the entire suit. Thankfully, when he created some distance, the girl did not pursue. She simply returned to her original spot, lowered her gaze as before, and stood motionless, lost in that same vacant trance. He considered observing longer, but his armor was already damaged. Worse, if she had an ally nearby, or if someone had created her, he didn't want to push his luck. He decided to retreat. If the armor were to be destroyed or captured by another, the consequences could be catastrophic. And so, Syndorux pulled his consciousness back and recalled the armor to his current location. The vision ended with the final moment of Syndorux's gaze pulling away from the girl, gradually fading into the distance. As the projection ceased, the magic crystal lost its light and fell silent. Syndorux retrieved it, then looked around the room. This concludes my report. Judging by your faces, I take it you all have questions. Quote. It was obvious. Their expressions brimmed with unspoken emotion, curiosity, unease, hostility, suspicion, a swirling mess of feelings. Yet no one dared to break the silence and speak first, wary of when or who should open the floodgate of questions. And then, guess that means it's my turn now, huh? Monkey Spanner suddenly sprang to his feet. What? Why are you all looking at me like that? He scratched his head, bewildered by the wave of hostile glares suddenly focused on him. Drake sighed and pressed a hand to his forehead. This tactless idiot, everyone's holding back, waiting for the right moment to ask something serious, and now he just bursts in and smashes the whole mood to pieces. Still, Monkey Spanner wasn't entirely without cause. What's your problem? I've got something to say too, okay. And it's actually related to that video Cha just showed us, so how about you all just watch and quit glaring? He met their hostile stares with his usual irreverent indifference, then pulled a magic crystal from his pocket and slid it across the round table, just like Sindorux had done earlier. Then, from the bag slung at his side, he pulled out a thick stack of documents and tossed them into the air. The papers looked carelessly thrown, but mid-air they split into 15 clean sets, each one fluttering neatly into place before every participant. What's this supposed to be? Just read it first, Monkey Spanner said smugly, I'll take questions after. 16. The Council of the 12 High Priests 2. Chapter 16. The Council of the 12 High Priests 2. With a soft pop, the magic crystal flickered to life. Unlike Sindorux's projection, this wasn't a vision from someone's perspective. It was a recording, like a set of still photographs examined from multiple angles, repeating the same view over and over. At a glance, it looked like footage of a desert. Sand stretched far and wide, and in the center of this expanse was a massive crater gouged into the earth. Zooming out further, the recording showed the edge of the desert, a dense forest encircling the circular patch of sand. And within the sand lay the deep, perfectly round pit. A crater within a crater. Unnatural. As if something had fallen from the sky and vaporized everything upon impact. In one frame, a few people were present, their size allowing the observers to estimate the scale. The sandy field alone spanned several hundred meters in diameter, and the central pit consumed over half that space. Some of the 12 high priests squinted, recognizing the outer forest as the very one from Sindorux's earlier video. Monkey Spanner pointed toward the screen. As you can tell, this is the same location Cha showed us earlier. It's written in the documents I handed out, but according to the Adventurers Guild, this is supposedly the result of an 8th tier spell sealed in a magic crystal going berserk while purging an evil vampire named Honjonyanko. Huh. What the hell are you talking about? You've gotta be kidding. That's insane. Utter nonsense. Reactions exploded from all around the room. Even Sindorux himself nearly choked on his breath. Everyone here knew what an 8th tier spell entailed. Outside, that might be considered mythical magic, but within this room, an 8th tier spell was about as dangerous as a campfire. A magic crystal with an 8th tier spell. Ha! Should I make one and detonate it right now? Let's see if I get that kind of blast. That scoff came from Kagaya, the Earth High Priestess, who was second to none in magic among the 12 High Priests. With her advanced casting class, she could even wield over magic, though it came at great cost in sacrifices and rituals. She stood abruptly, pointing at the image. I didn't witness it firsthand, so I can't be certain, but that's not something an 8th tier spell could do. At the very least, that's a trace left behind by a 10th tier magic, or a skill on par with it. And while Monkey Spanner's observations aren't exactly trustworthy, she glanced dubiously at him before continuing. Let's ignore the crater itself for now. If what's written here is true, that there was a palpable scent of death in the air, then this could only have been caused by one of the highest tier instant death spells. My guess. Based on the spellbook Cha once showed us, this reeks of Cry of the Banshee, a 10th tier death magic. Just casting that wouldn't be enough, though. Judging from the scope of devastation, it had to have been used with both magic boost and magic enlargement. Even then, for the spell to corrode not just the land, but the atmosphere. That suggests additional reinforcement, possibly through some kind of high-grade magic item or unique skill. Which would mean the user was at least. That's enough, Kagaya, Drake interjected calmly. We get it. You're excited to finally see magic you can't cast. Sasori. Kagaya, now aware of how carried away she'd gotten, sat down, her long rabbit ears, twitching wildly moments before, now drooping low. Her face reddened slightly, though her eyes still sparkled with the need to explain more. Monkey Spanner. Continue. Right, ahem. Anyway, let's set aside the crater for now. Supposedly, the one who defeated that vampire was an adventurer called Darkness, a group that just recently got promoted to adamantite rank. But the more I looked into them, the stranger things got. So, can everyone check the documents I passed out? At his prompt, the priests flipped through the pages. For a time, only the soft rustling of paper echoed through the grand chamber. Then, one large, furry hand shot up. Question, Monkey Spanner. Lion. Wait, what? Go ahead. Beast High Priest Lion, among the 12, and possibly in all of Shinsi, was one of the strongest when it came to pure physical combat. Usually indifferent and lethargic unless a fight was involved, the fact that he raised his hand was enough to throw Monkey Spanner off. If my eyes aren't mistaken, these guys were promoted to Adamantite less than 3 months ago. That correct? Yeah, that's right. Why? So what? You've got to be kidding me. Crack. A faint crack spread across the surface of the round table beneath Lion's hand. Although the table, made of a material harder than adamantite, was a powerful magic item and instantly restored itself, the fact that it had been damaged just from the pressure of his grip said everything. And yet, Lion didn't even seem to notice. He was too angry. I made it very clear during my tenure, special exceptions were not to be granted lightly. Just 100 years, and now they're already breaking that law, these damn bastards. Hey now, Lion. I mean, sure, we've been blessed by the gods and don't really age anymore, but 100 years is still a long time, you know. The humans from your generation probably rotted into skeletons by now. If a law can be overturned after a generation or two, it's not worth calling a law, you idiot, damn it. Looks like once it's my turn to take the post again, I'll have to hammer the rules back in myself. Hell, I'll go now if you let me. Wait, really? Enough, Lion. This isn't the time. And remember, the laws of the Shinsi supersede your personal policies. Any priest assigned to the surface must follow the mandated lifespan. If you want the next rotation, fine. But switching in the middle is not allowed. Monkey Spanner had brightened at the idea, but Orochi's sharp voice cut in like a blade. His glare skewered both Monkey Spanner and Lion, causing them to simultaneously lower their heads. While the two of them were undeniably stronger in combat, when it came to law and order, Orochi's authority rendered brute strength meaningless. Also, Monkey Spanner. There's something odd about this document. These adventurers, the ones called Darkness, why are there so many blanks in their records? Do we not have any proper background on them? Oh, that. I don't know either. That's all the guild provided. Just 2 members, Momon, a warrior, and Nabe, a magic caster. Their origins. Unknown. Age. Unknown. They refused to disclose any personal information. I see. Suspicious, to say the least. Orochi nodded slowly. Suspicious. No, outright unnatural. It was as if these people weren't even trying to properly hide their identities. There were no fake backgrounds, no false affiliations, not even fabricated names or faces. One of them even wore full-body black plate armor, completely hiding his appearance, with nothing on record about where he came from. It was as if they had just dropped out of the sky. And yet, they weren't hiding their strength at all. In fact, according to Monkey Spanner's added notes, it was as if they were in a hurry to rise in rank. What did that mean? As the others fell into quiet contemplation, Kagaya cautiously raised her voice. Everyone seems deep in thought. Mind if I ask a question, Monkey Spanner? Go ahead. This part here, the crater in the middle of the desert, it says the residual mana felt there was absurdly powerful, possibly even the result of an overmagic spell. Could you explain why you think that? Well, you remember when you used overmagic once. For some reason, it felt really similar to that. It gave off the same vibe. That's it. Why yeah. At that answer, Kagaya's rabbit ears stood rigidly upright. Her expression was perfectly calm, but blood vessels visibly bulged along the base of her ears. Monkey Spanner instantly went stiff. Earth High Priestess Kagaya, widely considered the strongest magic caster in Shinshi after their revered god, was deceptively cute with her rabbit beastkin appearance, though aside from her ears, she looked nearly human. She rarely changed her expression, but her long ears revealed everything. And those ears now said she was furious. If he wasn't careful, he might become a live test subject for overmagic. Monkey Spanner's survival instincts kicked in hard. No. That's not all. The magical residue wasn't like tier 10 magic. It felt different. Higher. I'm not a magic caster myself, so I can't say exactly what it was, but I know it was something else. I see. Thanks for the clarification. Kagaya's ears slowly drooped, the veins vanishing. Monkey Spanner let out a heavy sigh of relief. Just then, Drake, who had been calmly reviewing the document, looked toward Sindorux. So then, these darkness adventurers are capable of casting tier 10 death magic over a wide area and possibly using overmagic. And they were involved with the vampire as well. The vampire seems to have been eliminated, but its remains weren't recovered, is that accurate? What do you think, Cha? There's still not enough information to be sure. However, Sindorux's voice sharpened. I can say this with confidence, they are the catalyst for this century's tremor. Their alignment, good or evil, is unknown. But they are undoubtedly the key. You think so too, then? Drake closed the file. The cycle, originally called the aftershock of a century by Sindorux, was something he'd later identified through his research as a regular phenomenon, a temporary linking of Yggdrasil and this world. Every cycle, something from Yggdrasil would fall into this world. 200 years ago, it had been the 13 heroes. 100 years ago, there had likely been another, though unrecorded. And now, these people. The ones known as darkness. Possibly even that vampire. With his thoughts gathered, Drake turned to the room. Looks like most of you have sorted out your thoughts. Let's hear your opinions. Then allow me to start. A muscular hand, coated in smooth, dark brown skin, rose. Its owner bore a pair of thick horns and a chiseled, bovine face. Tauros, the bull high priest. Head of the production division, the most vital department in Shinshi. Like Lion, he rarely spoke during meetings. He usually just followed the majority. You may speak, Tauros. It's simple. I believe it is no longer wise for Shinshi to maintain any unnecessary connections with the surface world. In other words, I propose we sever all links aside from the absolute minimum. This is the unified will of our production division. And we will not bend on this. Following him, 3 other priests and the dwarf governor solemnly nodded. Less than the beautiful rabbit who seeks the truth greater than. Name, Kagaya. Title, 12 High Priests of the Divine City, Shinshi, 4th Seat, Earth Priestess Rabbit High Priestess. Commander of the Magic Corps. Director of the Magic Research Institute. Residence, Rabbit Manor, 5th stratum of less than Shinshi greater than. Less than Shinshi greater than Magic Research Institute. Alignment, good karma score, 200. Height, 167 centimeters, ears add an extra 35 centimeters. Total level, 100. Racial levels, Rabbitfolk 10, Moon Rabbit 10, others total, 30. Class levels, Wizard 10, Sorcerer 10, Archwizard 10, Lunar Mage 10, Seeker of Truth 5, Warlock 5, others total, 70. Stats, HP, 50. MP, 100. Physical attack, 25. Physical defense, 60. Agility, 70. Magic attack defense, 88/90ths. General resistance, 80. Special, 80. Power total, 643. 17. The Council of the 12 High Priests 3. Chapter 17. The Council of the 12 High Priests 3. Drake's eyes widened. The other high priests also stared sharply at Tauros. Are you serious? Of course, we are, Tauros replied calmly. Frankly, I believe it would be best to immediately recall all citizens stationed outside, seal the gateways, and sever all ties with the outside world using Shinshi's full power. I agree with Tauros. Yes, I support his opinion as well. Same here. Holstein, the priest of magic, nodded from beside Tauros. 2 more high priests and a governor also voiced their agreement, Palgi, the priest of wealth, Mary, the priestess of flocks, and the dwarf governor Albert. The entire production department, which forms the foundation of Shinshi, had come together with one voice. A tense silence spread through the hall. It wasn't yet a majority, but with several high priests and a governor in alignment, the proposal carried weight. It couldn't simply be dismissed as just another opinion. With a heavy heart, Drake asked, "Can I hear your reasoning?" Because we believe there is no longer any need for us to remain involved with the outside world, Tauros replied. Shinshi is already perfect as it is. We see no reason to continue exposing ourselves to the impurities and dangers of the outside. Drake frowned. Some of the high priests also scowled, while others nodded in agreement. Drake judged the situation to be dangerous. Tauros, don't tell me, you're a purist. And if I am? What do you mean, if? That's a huge problem. Drake wanted to collapse on the spot. Purists were those who believed that Shinshi must remain pure and untainted. Roughly 170 years ago, Shinshi began absorbing talents from the continent, starting with the legendary 13 heroes. This was done through the system known as Dragon's Dream, which carefully selected worthy individuals to bring into Shinshi. But not all who were absorbed were great heroes. Many were brought in simply to sustain the city's functions. Talented individuals, capable workers, and even slaves were recruited from the outside. Even the lowest class in Shinshi lived in greater wealth than most nobles outside. Within the divine city, filth, squalor, and servility were forbidden. Citizens were granted proper housing, paid fair wages, and even given holidays. To those who had once suffered outside, Shinshi was paradise, the very city of God. Despite this divine grace, those who broke the law faced strict punishments. Minor offenses allowed for one chance of redemption. For major crimes or repeat offenses, the criminal was exiled and magically forbidden from ever speaking of Shinshi again. Though more severe penalties like execution or mutilation were considered, it was agreed that being cast out of paradise was a harsher punishment than any physical torment. This system of absorption had continued for over a century, and now those of outside origin made up nearly a third of Shinshi's population. But in recent decades, a disturbing shift began. Even those who had been granted full citizenship were being viewed as lesser than pure-blooded Shinshi natives. These were the purists. They claimed Shinshi, as the holy land of the gods, should remain untouched by outside impurities. Their ideology began to gain traction not only among officials but even within some high priests. When Drake was informed of this growing movement, he was horrified. The last time similar sentiments spread, it nearly tore Shinshi apart, causing a rift between citizens and newcomers. He immediately took action to suppress it. Some sympathetic high priests came to their senses after recalling that past nightmare, and Shinshi narrowly avoided another catastrophe. But Drake always knew that some still quietly harbored purist ideals. And now, of all times, Tauros had revealed himself to be one of them. Drake felt a headache coming on. Sometimes he cursed his own unnaturally strong body. If only he could collapse dramatically by clutching the back of his neck like a normal person. So, why bring this up now? Are you suggesting we expel every citizen of outside origin from Shinshi? No, I have no intention of going that far. Cutting off all contact with the outside world already sounds extreme enough to me. Sigh, Drake, you're misunderstanding. Yes, I view purism favorably. But I have no intention of causing unnecessary conflict. My suggestion is purely for the sake of our great God and the protection of Shinshi. With a deep sigh, Tauros calmly delivered his reasoning. The reason my comrades and I have stayed silent until now, Tauros began, is because we believed that contact with the outside world posed no significant threat to Shinshi. In fact, we thought there was merit to gaining supplemental resources and information by maintaining such connections, especially during our system's formative stages. But that's no longer the case, Drake. After reviewing the footage, we've concluded that the threats outside could endanger Shinshi's peace, possibly even disturb the slumber of the gods. With a clap of his hands, a video projection appeared above Tauros's head. It was one of the recordings shown earlier by Synopsis, capturing the moment when the vampire-like girl lunged at him. Tauros pointed to the spear in her hand. That lance she's holding, I'd estimate it's at least a legendary class weapon, possibly higher. As a certified master blacksmith, I guarantee it. And the girl wielding it, I believe she is someone who serves a player like us. How can you be so sure? Simple. Look, based on Che's footage, we can safely assume she's a vampire. And yet, she fought on par with Synopsis' armor. That alone puts her power on the level of an elder vampire. But she still maintains a very human appearance. Vampire traits are widely understood. Most possess grotesque appearances, especially at higher levels. For someone to rival Synopsis in combat, she would have to be among the highest-ranking vampires. But her appearance was nearly indistinguishable from that of a normal human girl. You know what that means, don't you, Drake? In fact, we would know this better than anyone. That girl was designed, not evolved. She was given a high-level weapon in a specific form. It would be more unnatural not to suspect divine or player-level interference. Drake had no choice but to agree. He understood, at least partially, how the gods created them. The gods defined races and forms separately, often assigning appearances independently of species. This led to inconsistencies, like Kagaya and Lion. Kagaya, though a rabbit beastkin, looked completely human aside from her ears. Lion, a tiger beastkin, had a majestic lion's mane. Many of Shinshi's early residents were like this, causing confusion when appearance and race didn't match. And the most important reason why we believe Shinshi should sever ties with the outside world is. Tauros paused, then turned. Mary, would you explain? Yes, I'll take it from here. Mary, a petite girl radiating a warm presence, stood up. Though she appeared the weakest among the 12 high priests, no one dared underestimate her. While not a combatant, her intellect rivaled even Orochi's, and was sometimes said to surpass it. You may see it differently, she began gently, but I believe the current situation is extremely dangerous. Too dangerous for Shinshi to get involved. With a clap, another projection appeared. It showed one of Monkey Spanner's videos, the forest turned desert and a crater glimmering like glass. She pointed to the scenes. That vampire-like being possesses combat power comparable to a high priest. And yet, these adventurers known as Darkness managed to defeat her. While Monkey Spanner believes they may be related, I find that unlikely. You don't destroy something that powerfully with such force if you're allies. On what basis do you say her power is on par with ours? Lion, clearly displeased, raised an eyebrow. But Mary turned to Kagaya instead. Kagaya, earlier you said that 10th tier magic, maybe even super tier, might have been used at the scene, correct? Ah, yes. I'm certain 10th tier magic was used. As for super tier, that was Monkey Spanner's assumption. I can't confirm it myself. I see. Then, Lion, based on Kagaya's analysis, we can assume that either 10th tier or super tier magic was unleashed repeatedly. The enemy required that much firepower to defeat. Doesn't that put them at our level? Ahem. Lion coughed, then looked away. He couldn't deny it. With his limited magic resistance, even he wouldn't have survived such an onslaught unscathed. But here's the strange part, Mary continued. Why go through all that trouble to eliminate this creature in the first place? In the footage, the creature only attacked when approached. When distance was maintained, it did nothing. Even while being attacked, if one retreated far enough, it went back to its spot. Isn't that right, Cha? Yes, that's right, Cha confirmed. That being chased me for a while when I tried to retreat, but once I created enough distance, it returned to its original position. That makes it even clearer then, Mary said. They went out of their way to eliminate a powerful entity that could have easily been avoided, and left behind a conspicuous battlefield in the process. They even fabricated a ridiculous explanation for the Adventurers Guild, claiming it was caused by a Berserk 8CR spell crystal. Maybe that works on the surface, where 8CR casters are rare, but if those adventurers were gathering intelligence, they would definitely know about beings like the 6 great gods, 8 greed kings, or the 13 heroes. For them to flaunt that level of firepower so openly, it just doesn't make sense. So, there's another motive. Orochi muttered, almost to himself. Then, suddenly, he gasped sharply, a theory flashing through his mind. No way, but the circumstances line up too well. A series of worst-case scenarios ran through his head. Mary chuckled. It seems Orochi and I are thinking the same thing. Impossible. No, the possibility is real. But if that's the case, then it doesn't make sense they've been silent until now. Or maybe that's why they've been silent, Mary replied softly. Hey, what are you two mumbling about? Monkey Spanner interrupted, frowning at their cryptic exchange. He might be considered a lower-ranking high priest, but he still prided himself on being one of the smarter beastmen. What? You two telepaths now. Quit speaking in code and explain it so normal folks like me can understand. Mary sighed. I thought you were more human than monkey, but fine. I'll make it simple enough for even your banana brain to follow. The hell did you just say? Monkey Spanner yelled, flustered by the unexpected insult, but Orochi ignored him and spoke plainly. Shut up and listen. It's just a hypothesis, but there's a chance a guild-scale force from Yggdrasil has descended into this world. Yes, Mary added. And based on what we've seen, I suspect there may be 2 such forces, maybe even more. Ha! Monkey Spanner was left speechless. The less informed high priests widened their eyes in shock, while the more perceptive ones let out weary sighs, so it's true. Why would you think that? Monkey Spanner finally asked. Isn't it obvious? Mary answered. On one side, we have entities clearly related to Yggdrasil, like us. On the other, unknowns with similar origins. These outsiders are moving in the shadows, just like the 8 greed kings once did. And in a world they likely haven't fully grasped yet, they chose to unleash such visible destruction, without even trying to cover it up. That tells us they had to reveal their power in order to eliminate that entity. So that would mean the vampire-like girl was on the opposing side, Orochi concluded. But beings that serve players wouldn't be left out in some random wasteland for no reason. More likely, she was neutralized and abandoned, used as bait. Then, when someone came to retrieve her, they ambushed the rescuers and wiped them all out. That's what I think caused the destruction. I agree completely, Mary nodded. That's exactly how I see it too. The two exchanged a mix of cheerful and bitter smiles. The logic and scale of their deduction were so overwhelming that Monkey Spanner had nothing left to say. They figured all that out, just from those 2 clips. Even if it was just a theory, everything they said made terrifying sense. 18. The Council of the 12 High Priests 4. Chapter 18. The Council of the 12 High Priests. 4. Then, what exactly makes this situation dangerous? After a battle like that, wouldn't one side be completely destroyed? Not at all, Monkey Spanner, Mary answered calmly. If that were the case, they would have cleaned up afterward. We're talking about a force capable of this level of destruction, it's not like they couldn't cover it up. But instead, they left the aftermath completely exposed. What do you think that means? Monkey Spanner hesitated, unable to answer. The Death Priest let out an eerie hiss of laughter. Quote. Since the monkey can't answer, I'll do it for him. This is a warning. Sure, one side may have gained the upper hand, but the other wasn't annihilated. And we all know the truth, we can come back even after death. NPCs from Yggdrasil could be resurrected without level penalties. While reviving a level 100 NPC cost a staggering 500 million gold, a guild-scale organization could easily afford it. One battle doesn't decide everything, but losing once still breaks momentum. By leaving behind a battlefield like this, they're intimidating the other side. And while things might seem quiet for now, this is the most dangerous moment of all. Right. Now that the first battle's over, both sides will start surveying the field. The victors will want to press their advantage, and the losers will be desperate to turn things around. Naturally, their next step is to find allies, forces in this world they can use as proxies. And Dragon's Dream might be exactly what they're after. How annoying, Monkey Spanner muttered. Only then did he fully grasp the situation, and clutched his head in frustration. He hated headaches, and this one was massive. This was a trap waiting to spring. If a large-scale Yggdrasil guild had arrived in this world, their ideal allies would be adventurers, unaffiliated with nations, drifting like seaweed. And among them, the most powerful and independent group, Dragon's Dream, would be the obvious first target. In other words, they were now under the attention of not just one, but possibly two guild-level factions. With powers rivaling gods, players, and their elite subordinates. And if Shinshi's existence were ever revealed, it might get caught up in their war. That would be the worst-case scenario. Such a thing must never happen. Though Shinshi was protected by layers of barriers and divine shields left behind by countless gods, that didn't make it invincible. If it were ever discovered and invaded. The room fell silent. The high priests and governors, all watching quietly, turned pale as the implications hit. Even Sindorux, his expression hidden behind armor, was clearly shaken. Not just one, but two or more guild-level powers had descended into this world. Just when 8 greed kings had nearly brought the world to its knees, this was beyond insane. Then, Tauros grinned and bared his teeth. Hey, now you understand, Drake. The outside world is far too dangerous right now. But if we cut all contact and switch Shinshi into full lockdown mode, there's no way they'll ever find it without flipping the entire continent upside down, and you know as well as I do, Shinshi is already perfect. Drake let out a deep sigh. Tauros wasn't wrong. Shinshi operated under rules even the high priests and governors couldn't fully understand. Garbage thrown out disappeared on its own. Crops and livestock grew far faster than outside. Forests regrew shortly after being cut. Mines replenished over time. Even monsters reappeared in cleared zones. Something inexplicable governed this land. The people called it the blessing of the gods. The top brass, however, suspected something deeper. They understood this was a kind of system, created by the gods for their creations. Within it, a different set of laws operated compared to the outside world. But this blessing wasn't infinite, nor was it free. It required money. Gold. Not just any gold, only the currency of Yggdrasil worked. Coins from this world had no value. And for some unknown reason, a portion of that gold regularly vanished from Shinshi's treasury. This was believed to be the maintenance cost of the system. That cost was astronomical, naturally. Keeping a city like Shinshi running wasn't cheap. Every time the gold vanished, the treasury noticeably shrank. While the general population rejoiced in the divine blessings, the high priests and governors couldn't help but feel alarmed. Worse, they couldn't understand why the treasury was shrinking. Although the maintenance costs were high, they were supposed to be offset by automatic income, taxes generated by the system. But ever since they arrived in this world, that tax revenue had stopped entirely. Why? They weren't sure. But rather than wait for answers, they needed solutions. Because if nothing was done, the rules that kept Shinshi alive might vanish. They could, in theory, tap into the vault located deep within the temple, where the sleeping gods rested. It held enough gold to last centuries. But even entering the vault, let alone opening it, was forbidden. Only the king among the gods had that right. Breaking that rule would be unthinkable. It would be better to let Shinshi fall than violate that sanctum. Still, even if the sky was falling, there had to be some way out. Among the special items in Yggdrasil, there exists one known as the exchange box. This item could convert inserted goods into gold equivalent to their value. However, the exchange rate was notoriously poor. Most players used it to dispose of trash items or unused gear for a bit of gold. But in this world, where there were no other ways to obtain gold, this item was nothing short of salvation. The high priests first tried inserting harvested crops and mined ores. But the results were disappointing. Even with Kima, who possessed an advanced merchant class, overseeing the transaction, the gold output was meager. They dumped in what amounted to hundreds of harvests, only for the box to spit out a single gold coin or two. Even if they dumped Shinshi's entire annual yield into it, they'd be lucky to get a few thousand coins. The high priests were at a loss. At this rate, Shinshi might collapse. Just when they thought they'd found a solution, they realized the exchange box's conversion rates couldn't even cover basic maintenance, let alone support their citizens. Some even considered awakening the gods for guidance. But the answer lay closer than they realized. If raw materials aren't valuable enough, why not turn them into items first? The exchange box didn't assess items based on weight or quality. It calculated perceived value, converting that into gold. So, even if the materials were the same, crafting them into higher value items would yield better results. Shinshi was a functioning nation with citizens spread across many professions. In fact, more than half of the 12 high priests had non-combat classes. Among them were often overlooked production roles like blacksmiths, tailors, alchemists, enchanters, and even chefs. Though such classes were unpopular among players, especially considering Yggdrasil didn't support taste or scent, rendering food buffs minimal, they were well represented in Shinshi. Thanks to this variety, they could process raw materials in countless ways. Thus began a wave of experiments. If processing increased item value, would the exchange box produce more gold? In Yggdrasil, an item's value was determined by the quantity and quality of its ingredients, the crafter's class and skill level, and final enhancements using data crystals. And with production specialists at level 100, low skill levels weren't an issue. Back during their guild's golden age, some blacksmiths had even regularly produced legendary tire items. Surely, items crafted with such care couldn't be worthless. Clink, 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 shrurk. Well, that was a failure. Yeah, the return is worse than expected. Definitely a bust. The exchange box produced gold, but far less than anticipated. Whether they inserted legendary or common items, the gold payout was identical. It was no better than shoving in raw ore. Still, the experiments continued, trying everything from weapons and armor to food, clothing, accessories, and other crafted goods. Yet, the results remained the same. The exchange box simply paid out gold proportional to item count, not perceived craftsmanship. The senior officials shook their heads. It was clear that item production alone wouldn't solve their economic woes. But then, a new idea surfaced. If ore is inefficient, what about agricultural goods? Shinshi's fertile land and manpower could support multiple harvests per day. That's brilliant. Let's do it immediately. Right, establish an agriculture bureau and gather specialists. Thus began Shinshi's grand project, using crops to generate gold through the exchange box. With highly skilled producers and blessed land, it was possible to harvest enormous quantities multiple times per day. The soil never degraded, and production skills allowed seeds to sprout and mature into grain within moments, an almost miraculous feat. Mountains of crops were funneled into the exchange box. Merchants with specialized skills extracted the gold with maximum efficiency. And so, Shinshi unlocked an infinite source of funds. All raw materials were grown within Shinshi, all processing was done by Shinshi citizens, and the gold extraction too was handled by their own people. It became a fully self-sufficient system. A Ministry of Finance was immediately formed, with Kima, holder of the highest merchant level, appointed as minister. He and other top-tier merchants oversaw the conversion of crops and minerals into gold, managing revenue with precision. Soon, Shinshi's treasury overflowed, not just with gold, but also with a variety of magic items produced during the intense competition among production class users to find the most gold-efficient items. The treasury's full now. What do we do? Store the excess in another vault? Or just keep them as magic items? Actually, we should probably start producing high-value, low-volume goods, just in case we ever need them. Also produce consumables. We've got more than enough room in the storage. Scrolls, potions, mana crystals, make as many as you want. If we run out of space, we can just dump them in an empty dungeon. A ridiculous situation, where income far exceeds expenditure. No matter how much the people of Shinchi indulge in its abundance, what they spend is always outweighed by what is generated. It's essentially the creation of something from nothing. At least as long as the high-level production workers remain intact, Shinchi's finances will never run dry. And the majority of Shinchi's top-tier producers are divine citizens. As long as they remain under the blessing of the gods, they are immune to aging and death. Some of the low-grade items, after multiple refinements and failures, were even smuggled into the outside world at Syndorux's request. Although the plan to spread the bloodline of players across the world had been scrapped, the current world was clearly in a state of consuming rather than creating. If nothing new was supplied, decline was inevitable. Syndorux wasn't acting out of sympathy for humanity, it was a calculated move to preserve balance. And now, even after 100 years, Shinchi's system still runs without flaw. Given all this, it's only natural that production class users wield tremendous influence. And because of that, Tauros's arguments held even more weight. Admit it, Drake, Shinchi is complete. But, a world cut off from everything else will always decay. We've considered that as well. We're not proposing to remain cut off forever. Whoever these Yggdrasil beings are, they don't share the long lifespans granted to us by divine grace. The 6 great gods died of old age. The 13 heroes we welcomed into our fold couldn't overcome their mortal lifespans either. Even if a few of them endure longer than humans, it's only a matter of time before their power wanes. And by lying low, we might draw our enemies out. While we restrain ourselves because our god sleeps, there's no guarantee they'll do the same. GHH. Tauros and Mary swiftly countered Drake's weakened stance. He looked around, the other high priests were mostly in agreement with Tauros. The conclusion was clear. The meeting had run its course. To be honest, Drake found himself persuaded too. Severing ties with the outside world would ensure Shinchi's safety. It would lessen the risk of awakening the sleeping god. But, TCH. There's no helping it, Drake. If this is the collective will, then I can say no more. Understood. Syndorux nodded, and Drake bowed his head in acknowledgement. Syndorux felt a twinge of regret, but also a sense of relief. If a war between Yggdrasil-level powers were to break out and Shinchi got caught in the middle, it would be a catastrophe beyond imagination. These beings, though cooperative, weren't here for this world's sake. In war, they would prioritize Shinchi over the safety of the world. In that light, perhaps it was better that they remained isolated like this. Then, Drake raised his head again. The hesitation was gone, what remained was the dignified figure of the Supreme High Priest, the acting authority of Shinchi. In a commanding voice, he declared. Then, this is Tauros's proposal. Shinchi will cease all external activities, sever all connections to the outside world, and enter a period of voluntary seclusion. If there are any objections, raise your hand. Silence. Not a single hand was raised. Then, those in favor, raise your hand. All 16 hands rose in unison. Drake closed his eyes and solemnly proclaimed. Very well. In the name of Shinchi's highest governing body, the Council of the 12 High Priests, Shinchi shall, from this day forward, enter a state of seclusion. 15 different voices rang through the chamber in solemn affirmation. 19 each with their own conflicting thoughts. 1. Chapter 19. Each with their own conflicting thoughts. 1. The Re-Estes Kingdom. 200 years ago, during the chaos of the evil deities' war, countless nations fell and rose anew. Amid that upheaval, one kingdom situated in the western part of the continent carved its foundation into a land blessed by nature, surrounded on 3 sides by mountains and dense forests, with the ocean blocking the 4th. It flourished and solidified its status as a proper kingdom. Its northern forests, the Azerlija Mountains to the west, the Taub Great Forest to the south, and the Cat's Plains served as natural fortifications gifted by the heavens. With fertile lands and a population of 9 million, it was regarded as one of the more powerful human nations on the continent. However, those who truly understood the kingdom's inner workings evaluated it quite differently. The most foolish nation on the continent, brilliant only on the surface. With the undead-filled Cat's Plains on one side and constant harassment from the Beastman nation beyond, the Re-Estes kingdom was considered no better than, or even worse than, the weakest among nations, such as the Dragon Kingdom, often mocked for its powerlessness. And sadly, even such mockery wasn't entirely undeserved. Despite its fertile land and large population, its national power was abysmal, and its internal state chaotic. So much so that commoners openly referred to the royal family as mere puppets. In fact, the king ruled over only 30% of the kingdom's territory. Another 30% was controlled by high-ranking nobles, while the remaining 40% was governed by lesser nobles. For a kingdom, it was shocking how little land was actually under the monarch's direct control. To make matters worse, the political landscape was utterly disordered. Nobles, who were supposed to serve under the king's authority, formed coalitions of their own, the so-called Six Great Nobles, divided into two factions, the noble faction and the royalist faction, constantly at odds with one another. Even the royalist faction, which should have supported the king, would sometimes act against royal decrees for their own benefit. And the king, overwhelmed by the nobles' power, was unable to punish them. With such dysfunction, it's no wonder the monarchy was viewed as toothless. But it gets worse. The political rivalry was only part of the rot, corruption ran rampant. Whispers abound in the royal capital of nobles, regardless of faction, colluding with foreign powers or criminal syndicates for personal gain. Regional lords evaded taxes, adjusted rates as they pleased, and exploited commoners without mercy. At this point, it was debatable whether this was a functioning kingdom or a failed state. And yet, it still doesn't end there. Within the capital lurked a massive criminal organization known as the Eight Fingers, so infamous that even commoners spoke of them in hushed tones. Protected by nobles from both factions, they brazenly ignored national laws, engaging in human trafficking, illegal drug production, political corruption, and countless other unimaginable crimes. Despite this, there were no proper forces to suppress them. And whenever a crackdown was attempted, nobles connected to the Eight Fingers used their influence to shut it down. The cancer within the kingdom remained unchecked. The only semblance of order was maintained by the kingdom's strongest warrior, Gazef Stranov, known as the king's sharpest blade. Yet even he had most of his sacred equipment confiscated under the pretext of it being royal treasure, and was constantly shuffled around on missions of little importance due to noble interference. Very few within the kingdom truly grasped the full extent of this collapse, perhaps only a few dozen individuals. And among them, less than half truly understood the gravity of the situation. One of those rare few was the kingdom's jewel, Princess Renarthyr Chardellen Ryle Vazelf, also known as the Golden Princess. So, you're planning to disappear from this world. More or less. The voice was rough, coarse, not something one would expect to hear in a princess's chamber. But Renner listened with a serene smile. To the world, she was a benevolent, golden-hearted princess. To some nobles, she was naive and sheltered. But no one knew her true nature. Not a single soul in this world had seen the real her. The Golden Princess, spoken of by the world wasn't here. Instead sat a woman, no, a doll, who saw the world only through numbers, cost-benefit analysis, and cold calculation. A genius, perhaps, though one who had never met another like herself. But one day, her life as a doll changed. She met a boy who looked at her with eyes full of respect and awe, without question or doubt. In that moment, the doll gained humanity and became the masked princess. A few had begun to sense fragments of her true self, but none had pierced to her core. No one in this world, that is. Don't be too disappointed. You discovered our existence on your own. That means you're qualified. If the conditions are met, you can call us anytime. That's what that gift we gave you is for. The man lounging disrespectfully on the chair before her, Monkey Spanner, spoke with disinterest. And if anything happens, we'll protect that boy of yours. He's weak as hell, so I wouldn't trust him to survive much on his own. I'm grateful, Renner replied with her usual smile. They were alone in her room. It was the middle of the night. A rough, rugged man and a princess, alone. Yet she showed not a hint of tension. She knew. This man felt no sexual attraction toward her. As a woman, that might have stung her pride, but she didn't care. After all, they had a contract. Monkey Spanner was here because she had invited him. Their interaction was bound by agreement. I truly owe you all a great deal. I wonder how I'll ever repay the favor. There's no favor here. We're simply following the law. Then I'll always be grateful for such a generous law. Renner giggled softly. She had noticed them long ago. It was when she first began to truly see, gathering knowledge, analyzing the world, putting together the pieces. The first anomaly she identified was right beside her. The ancient family known as Dragon's Dream. Others either feared, praised, or envied them. But Renner sensed something strange. An overwhelming sense of otherness, as if the world was a perfectly crafted mechanism, and they were the single protruding gear at its center. With no solid evidence, she nonetheless knew. And that was enough to spark her curiosity. Without realizing it, she began gathering information, analyzing it, and striving to uncover the truth behind them. Then one day, an anonymous letter was delivered to the main estate of Dragon's Dream. From that moment on, the puppet princess of the royal family gained a subtle yet valuable connection to the prestigious household, one that others could never dream of attaining, no matter how much gold they offered. As proof of this connection, she received an unremarkable ring. Many were puzzled by why Princess Renner would wear such a plain accessory. But what she received was no ordinary trinket. It was a powerful magic item engraved with various enchantments, defensive spells to protect her from harm, anti-curse magic, enhancements that kept her body in optimal condition, communication spells for specific targets, and more. If this ring were to be auctioned off, it might fetch a price rivaling the entire royal treasury. However, what brought Renner the greatest satisfaction wasn't the item itself, but the guarantee of a secure escape route, not just for herself, but also for someone precious to her should the worst happen. We can't take you with us just yet. It'd cause too much noise if you disappeared from your current position so suddenly. Tie up the loose ends quietly. With your brain, that shouldn't be difficult. Yes, but my abilities alone are limited. There's only so much I can do on my own. Fair point. Monkey Spanner stroked his chin. Just a few days ago, he had been dismissed as a dumb monkey during the Shinshi Council. But the truth was, it wasn't that he was dumb, it was that guys like Orochi and Mary were just exceptionally sharp. He never considered himself stupid. While he wasn't good at grand strategy or elaborate planning, he was surprisingly quick-witted in short-term or tactical thinking. I get what you're saying. So, what do you want? We'll be vanishing soon. We'll leave behind some shells, but the real us will disappear entirely. In that case, could I borrow one of those shells? Lending it is no issue, but I'd prefer not to attract too much attention. Don't want unnecessary eyes on us right before we go under. Oh my, does the great family worry about what others think? Renner's words would sound reasonable to anyone. In fact, if you asked who held the most influence in the Re-Estais kingdom, most people, noble or commoner, would answer, Monkey Spanner El Dragondream, head of the great household. Mentioning King Ramposa III would only invite ridicule. Compared to Dragondream, what did the royal family have to offer? Some even went as far as to claim that Dragon's Dream was the true ruling house of the Re-Estais kingdom. And such opinions weren't limited to commoners, nobles felt the same. With 150 years of legacy behind them and a power level said to surpass even the kingdom's own, Dragon's Dream was a household of adventurers whose military might and influence couldn't be ignored. When discussing power that transcended authority, they were the clearest example. People often joked that if the head of Dragon's Dream ever said, even in jest, that he wanted to be king, the kingdom's ruler would change hands in no time. And whenever such talk spread, the snide rebuttal always followed. Since when did the royal family rule this country? Even the royal household sided such rumors. If Dragon's Dream didn't exist, perhaps the nobles' influence might have waned a bit. Their overwhelming presence right in the royal capital, rivaling the crown's authority, was one reason the royal family couldn't assert itself. Some nobles even went so far as to secretly lobby for Dragon's Dream to take over the kingdom. Commoners, too, seemed to prefer it. After all, the royal family did little but tax and exploit, while Dragon's Dream earned their reputation by fighting monsters at the front lines. It was clear which side the people would support. Given all that, there was no need to care about appearances. Renner pointed this out, but Monkey Spanner just scratched his head. Well, sure, but since we're about to disappear, I'd rather not draw unnecessary attention. If you need something done, send a request through official channels. I've already arranged a connection with Blue Rose. If you go through them, they'll handle just about anything. Thank you. Renner's eyes curved in a graceful smile, but her pupils remained cold. Monkey Spanner clicked his tongue internally. This woman's cunning was on par with Orochi and Mary. The only difference was her terrifying lack of human warmth. At least Orochi scolded with a strange affection underneath. But this one, Renner, was coldly logical, drawing clear lines between herself and anyone outside her interests. This was why he hated brainy types. They left no room for affection. She wasn't the type one could ever feel attached to. Worst of all, she was completely untrained in combat or survival, something Monkey Spanner found especially frustrating. But there was no helping it. Among Shinshi's laws on absorbing talents, there was a special clause: those who reach awareness of Shinshi's existence purely by their own efforts are granted citizenship, regardless of ability. Such individuals receive privileges beyond the standard ones. As long as their actions don't influence the outside world, they're even allowed to bring a few chosen companions with them. Princess Renner met those conditions. If she wished to go, they would have to accept her. The only thing stopping it now was her status as royalty. Once she managed to bury that identity, they could take her in. Well then, I'm off. I'll stick around for about another month to tidy things up. If you need anything, contact me before then. Thank you for your consideration. Renner bowed her head as Monkey Spanner waved lazily and yawned. By the time she looked up, he was already gone. She smiled. Truly impressive. Normally, she didn't let her emotions show. But this time, even she was awestruck. What would the world think if they knew that the great family known as Dragon's Dream was but a tiny fraction of something even greater, a mere tip of the iceberg? Of course, she was bound by contract and couldn't reveal that fact. But still, she couldn't help but smile. In a way, they were just like her. Their gaze wasn't focused on this world. To them, everything here was insignificant. They valued everything based on their own internal scale, just like her. Maybe that's why she felt a strange kinship with them. She had proudly exposed their secret, without any safeguards. Looking back, it had all turned out unbelievably well. But back then, she wouldn't have minded if they'd come to kill her to protect their secret. She hadn't cared. It was only after meeting Climb that her life had gained meaning. And so, she admired their power, the ability to do anything, to see everything as trivial. Once, she had wondered how to exploit that power. Then, once she understood it to some extent, she began pondering how she could join them. But now, which side should I choose? Smiling with crimson lips, Renner recalled the demon who had visited her recently with a tempting offer. 20 each with their own conflicting thoughts 2. Chapter 20. Each with their own conflicting thoughts 2. The Great Tomb of Nazarick. Once the base of Ains Ul Gaun, one of the most notoriously evil-aligned guilds in the DMMORPG Yggdrasil, this impregnable stronghold boasts a vast 10-floor structure. When Yggdrasil's service came to an end, it was swept away by a mysterious force and transported into another world. Along with it came the NPCs and monsters residing in the tomb at the time, and the last remaining player, the guildmaster of Ains Ul Gaun, Momonga, who had stayed until the very end. I guess I really have no choice but to consult with them. The last of the supreme beings, the 41 founders, of Nazarick, its guild master, and the absolute ruler adored and revered by every NPC of the tomb, Momonga, now going by the name Ains Ul Gaun, had fallen deep into thought. At first, he had been flustered when he discovered that the NPCs had developed self-awareness and behaved like real living beings. Many unpredictable events followed, causing him to panic. But as time passed, he gained experience and composure and started to believe he was managing everything fairly well. That is, until a troubling issue suddenly surfaced, plunging him into deep concern. The issue was none other than the name, Dragon's Dream. This is too much for me to figure out alone. The name Dragon's Dream, and its current head, Monkey Spanner, just those two were enough to scream player connection. This wasn't a probability, it was certainty. In this world, the only ones who would use the name Monkey Spanner were players. After all, that's the name of a tool from modern times. There's no way such a name would exist in this kind of fantasy setting. When Ains first came across this information, he had too many other issues to deal with, adventuring duties and various disruptions, so he set it aside. But now, with the matter of the lizardmen near the lake wrapped up and his attention shifting back to the royal capital, this issue had returned to nag at him. Leaving it alone felt like a fishbone stuck in his throat. Not that he eats anymore, not even fish. I knew I'd run into them eventually, but this is too soon. As he studied this world's history, Ains had come across traces of what he suspected were players. So he'd always figured that if he continued to expand his name and influence, he would eventually encounter either a player or someone connected to one. He had even prepared countermeasures for such a scenario. But this timing was far too early. And the fact that they were so overtly revealing themselves was unexpected. He figured that as long as he didn't approach them, it wouldn't be a problem, but now, it appeared they had already taken an interest in him as well. Are they watching me? Was I too conspicuous? Or, did they already notice who I am? There was an Adamantite-ranked adventurer party in the kingdom known as Blue Roses. One of only 3 such parties in the country, now 4, the group was composed entirely of women. They mostly stayed in the capital, only accepting missions when necessary. Yet now, they had suddenly come to Rantel and started asking around about Momin. They were subtle about it, to be sure, but unfortunately for them, they couldn't escape the surveillance network of Ains, who had multiple insect spies and assassin bugs stationed around the area at all times. Through that network, he discovered that the reason for Blue Rose's inquiry was none other than an order from Dragon's Dream. Maybe I really should have cleaned up more thoroughly. Ains muttered to himself, recalling the incident from a few months ago involving Shaltir. That time, Shaltir had fallen under the control of what was presumed to be a world-class item, her will dominated. After managing to defeat and dispose of her, Aura and Mare had asked if he wanted to cover up the traces. But Ains had told them to just leave it. The scale of that attack, back then, I was full of pride and adrenaline. If I remember correctly, I used a Wideria instant death spell combined with a unique skill, and even fired off 2 supertier spells in succession. And I just left the scene like that. At the time, it was meant as a show of force, proof of my power. But it seems I went overboard and ended up spooking someone instead. Ains pressed his skeletal forehead. What was I thinking back then? In hindsight, it was probably the emotional fallout after having to kill Shaltir. My judgment had been clouded, and I rushed a decision. My original plan had been to stay hidden, gather intel quietly, eliminate threats one by one, and only then gradually build up Nazarik's reputation. So how did things spiral out of control like this? TCH. I don't hold a grudge against Shaltir, but I can't help feeling just a little resentful. Ains made a lip-smacking sound despite lacking a tongue, and scratched at his bare skull. No hair, no skin, just bone. The sharp tips of his fingers made a faint scraping noise against the surface. Strangely enough, despite having no skin, it still felt oddly refreshing. Even without a tongue, he couldn't taste anything, but for some reason, his senses of smell, hearing, and touch were still intact despite having no nose or ears. Weird, isn't it? Maybe that's also because of how Yggdrasil had been forcibly dragged into this world. In the game, touch and sound might have existed, but there was no smell system. Anyway, thanks to that impulsive display, I might have to rework large parts of my plan. The group known as Dragon's Dream is a complete unknown in terms of power. Which means the only rational choice is to proceed with maximum caution. They've been in this world for close to 150 years and have had plenty of time to establish their influence. When it comes to intel, they're probably far ahead of me. As one of Yggdrasil's top players, Ains was painfully aware of the value of information. In Yggdrasil, intel was everything: monsters, item drops, mining locations, and more. Every bit of data was immensely valuable. Even seemingly trivial information, if stockpiled, could someday prove crucial. He who controls information, controls Yggdrasil. That wasn't just a saying. Once, a single piece of bad intel nearly caused their guild to suffer a devastating blow. Ains remembered how he had shuddered at that time. The experience had engraved into him the importance of knowing everything before acting. Recklessness was unacceptable, especially here, where he still lacked proper knowledge of the world. But now, he was drawing blanks. Despite Ains's character being built with a high intelligence stat, it clearly wasn't enough to come up with brilliant plans out of nowhere. Yeah, I can't figure this out on my own. Maybe I should call Demiurge. Just the thought of consulting Demiurge alone made Ains worry. What if his lack of insight became obvious? In the end, he decided to summon all of the floor guardians instead. That way, he could use Demiurge's strategies as usual without exposing his own limitations. And if Demiurge noticed something Ains hadn't, Ains could just pretend he saw it too and ask him to explain it to the others. That trick had never failed him since arriving in this world. A flawless tactic. Demiurge never disappoints. Even with the recent Lizardman subjugation plan, Demiurge had supported him brilliantly. The brain of Nazarik, no, its strategic genius, was a reassuring ally. Of course, Ains still had to scramble to create believable scenarios to maintain his facade of brilliance, but he didn't mind the extra effort. All right, let's summon everyone. Albedo. Yes, Lord Ains. I, Albedo, have long awaited your words with my whole heart, as if each day were a year. I appreciate your devotion, Albedo. Now, could you gather all the guardians in the throne room? There's something we need to discuss. Yes. Right away. I'll be there immediately. The message cut off before Albedo could finish. Ains started scratching his skull a little more quickly. Her conditions getting worse by the day. Every time he saw Albedo like this, Ains couldn't help but feel guilty. I'm so sorry, Tabula Smaragdina. I ruined the character you poured so much love into. Endless waves of guilt swirled through Ains's empty skull. But then, calm. The effect of the undead racial passive skill, emotional suppression. Sometimes, it was annoying. But in times of mental chaos like this, it helped a lot. Ains stopped scratching and teleported directly to the throne room. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. If you want to read 10 advanced chapters ahead, visit my Patreon, patreon.com/vanity01.